members, I have been informed that the whippery has agreed that there will be no notices of motions or motions without notice today, except for the motion that appears in the name of the Chief Whip of Council. I invite the Chief Whip of Council.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Council. I hereby move that Rule 239, subsection 1, which provides inter alia that the consideration of a bill may not commence before at least 3 working days have elapsed since the committee's report was tabled. That rule be suspended for the purposes of consideration of the Appropriation Bill B6 of 2015. National Assembly will be section 77. I move accordingly, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. There is no speakers, please. I shall now put the question, and the question is that the motion be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make the declarations of vote if they so wish. Does any province wish to make a declaration? None. In that case, I will proceed with the vote, and we shall do this in alphabetical order. The heads of delegations will vote in favor, against, or abstain. Are the heads of delegations ready? Okay. The Eastern Cape, the Free State. The system, does it not work, ma'am?
The state agrees.
Gauteng, you voted. KwaZulu-Natal, you voted. Limpopo, the system again in the Free State and Limpopo is not working. Please. Limpopo is voting in favor. Mpumalanga? Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga votes in favor, Honorable Chair.
You're voting in favor, Northern Cape?
Vote in favor, Chair.
The Northwest? You voted?
Yes.
And the Western Cape? In favor. Are the votes in? Thank you very much. All 9 provinces have voted. All 9 provinces have voted in favor of. Therefore, in terms of the can I recollect myself? All 9 provinces have voted in favor, and therefore the motion has been agreed to. Shall we proceed? We proceed to the first order of today. Please read the first order.
Consideration of report of Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, activities of JSCI since appointment in 5th Parliament, submitted in accordance with Section 6(1) of Intelligence Services Control Act 1994, number 40 of 1994.
The Honorable Pakis.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of the esteemed House.
Honorable Pakis, speak to your mic, please.
The Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence is established in terms of the Intelligence Service Oversight Act 40 of 1994. In the Fifth Parliament, the committee was constituted on the 14th of August 2014 after the process of undergoing top secret security clearance, which is a statutory requirement. The members of the committee are appointed by the President in consultation with the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, as the case may be, having been nominated by their respective political parties. This report is the results of the Section 6.1 of the Intelligence Service Oversight Act that the committee shall, within 5 months after its first appointment, table in Parliament a report on the activities of the committee. The committee was appointed in terms of that legislation. This committee consists of 15 members of Parliament. This committee had its first induction as members of the committee. Members undergone top secret security clearance. This committee interacted with the judge for interception. This committee interacted in its activities with the Inspector General. This committee engaged thoroughly on strategic plans and annual performance plan of the department and the annual report. One of the activities of this committee was an engagement with the President on the 14th of December 2014. Having considered the strategic plans and annual performance plans and the budget of the State Security Agency, the Office of the Inspector General, Defense and Crime Intelligence. This section, Honorable Chair, summarizes the observation of the committee. The committee raised a concern on insufficient budget for the Defense and Crime Intelligence, the vetting on crucial positions within the State Department, the issues that relates to the border management control and private landing strips in our country, the National Intelligence Coordinating Committee challenges relating to technology were pondered. JSCI to hold interactive public hearings to foster an understanding of threats to national security. As one part of encouraging meaningful dialogue with citizens, a plan should be devised to address valid grievances, allegation of fraud and corruption, and impact that has on maintaining effective control standards in the borders, that improved gathering and presentation of evidence in court will improve the standard of crime intelligence. The defense intelligence still having challenges in occupying a building that is not habitable. SAPS signed memorandum of understanding with CSIR to address science and technology. Recommendations to the House. The National Integrated Vetting Strategy should be approved in order to address budget challenges for the defense intelligence. Regulations of all acts involving intelligence services should be reviewed as a matter of agency. JSCI and SSA need to address the challenges relating to companies owned by former intelligence officers. Economic intelligence need to be built as an area of growth and future intervention. Joint policy formulation and best practices on cybercrime is proposed. Review of intelligence white paper and policy framework should be done as soon as possible. A joint oversight program on border management should be developed together with relevant committees. We therefore table this report for the House to adopt. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. I shall now put the question. And the question is that this report be agreed to. I again put to the House the opportunity for provinces to make declarations of their vote if they so wish. Is there any province that wishes to make a declaration? None. Thank you very much. Heads of delegations, you are required to vote, and I'm hoping the systems for Limpopo and the Free State are now working. We shall commence with the votes. Those who are in favor will press the favor, the against, and those who abstain, the abstention vote, button. Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape,
In favor, Chair.
Northwest, the Western Cape. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All 9 provinces have voted. All 9 provinces are in favor. Therefore, the report has been agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. I will then proceed and ask the Secretary to read the second order.
Consideration of report of Joint Standing Committee on Defence, SA Defence Review 2014.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Mlambo.
Uzimande. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, MSCs, permanent delegates. I greet you. The report of the Joint Standing Committee on Defence, Review 2014. As a Committee of Parliament, the Joint Standing Committee on Defence draws its mandate from the Interim Constitution of South Africa, Act 200 of 1993, in particular Section 228 of 3. The committee shall be competent to investigate and make recommendations regarding the budget, functioning, organization, amendments, policy, moral, and state of preparedness of the National Defence Force, and to perform such other functions relating to parliamentary supervision of the force as may be prescribed by law. The Joint Standing Committee had various interactions with the 2014 Defence Review, which include an intensive engagement during the strategic workshop in October 2014, a discussion of the outcomes of the workshop on 20 November 2014, a presentation by the Minister on 6 November 2014, and a briefing by the Chiefs of Arms of Services on 13th November 2014 on the shortcomings and challenges of the Defence Review. The Joint Standing Committee indicated that although the finalization and approved phase of the South African Defence Review 2014 was subjected to consultation, it did not seem like the final product as tabled at Parliament was subjected to further public input and scrutiny. It was thus essential for Parliament to create an environment whereby the affected or interested parties had one last opportunity to comment on the finalization of the South African Defence Review 2014. Therefore, additional public hearings at Parliament could add to the legitimacy and broader acceptance of the document. This will further serve to bring it in line with Section 59 of the Constitution of 1996, which notes that the National Assembly must facilitate public involvement in the legislative and other processes of the Assembly and its committees. Terms of reference. In order to allow for inputs from the public, in particular those who have not participated in consultation process in compiling the defense review, the Joint Standing Committee on Defense decided to call for submissions on the iterations of the South African Defense Review 2014 as tabled in Parliament. In particular, the committee invited submissions on Chapter 9, the Defense Strategic Trajectory. All submissions were to clear state the relevant chapter which was being referred to, the challenge identified, and if possible, a proposed solution to the challenge. On the 20th February 2015, the Joint Standing Committee on Defense engaged with a number of role players who contributed to a request for public submissions on the South African Defense Review 2014. While a total of 8 submissions were received, 2 declined and only 3 participants presented their input to the Joint Standing Committee as follows. The Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, the Center for Democracy of the University of Johannesburg and University of Cape Town, the Aerospace Maritime Defense Industries Association, AMD. There are written submissions. The presenters responsible for the following submissions were unable to present due to prior engagements. They were as follows: the Defense Force Service Commission, the Northwest Provincial Structure of Umkhonto weSizwe, Institute for Security Studies. 3. The findings of on received submissions were from CSIR, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. The CSIR supported the Defense Review 2014 and its submission to the Joint Standing Committee on Defense focused on the establishment of a scientific structure within the DoD, headed by a chief defense scientist. The chief defense scientist will take over duties from the current Defense Research Development Board and will be located in the Office of the Secretary of Defense. The duties of the chief defense scientist will include advise military leadership, impact on command and control, and coordinating all defense-related scientific research activities from other science, engineering, and technological stakeholders. Center for Democracy of the University of Johannesburg and the University of Cape Town. The submission by the 2 universities Center for the Study of Democracy centered on the need for a focus on gender representation within the South African Defence Force and the desire for that to be expressed in the South African Defence Review. Focus was subsequently placed on the need to implement the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 of 2000, focusing on the role of women in peacekeeping, and the South African Development Community SADC Gender Protocol. The submission therefore stated that gender-responsive peace and security provisioning needed to be seen as an imperative within the South African Defence Force. The submission made it clear that the South African Defence Review provided little in terms of highlighting the importance of gender equity within the South African Defence Force. Subsequently, the submission proposed a number of insertions into sections of the Defence Review where reference to gender equality could be pronounced. Center for the Study of Democracy submissions contained the following matters: raising the level of awareness on gender matters in the South African Defence Review 2014 and making them more pronounced, writing the South African Defence Review 2014 in such a way that it created sensitivity towards gender imbalances, a call to align the South African Defence Review 2014 within the SADC Gender Protocol principle of 50-50 balance of men and women, focusing on the training and recruitment that will encourage women to join the South African Defence Force, the South African National Defence Force, ensuring that targets set for women were achieved, ensuring gender sensitivity facilities in the South African Defence Force, The two universities further propose that additional wording should be incorporated in the following sections of Chapter 9. Point 74D, which encompasses gender equity, point 76C and F, ensure reference to gender balance of 50-50 in all areas of recruitment, including officer recruitment. Consider steps to be taken to attract women in the Defence Force. Point 78 include a reference to 50% of personnel will be women. Point 79B, Roman figure 2, reference to be made to the adaptation of warships to take female personnel. Point 81E, G, H, and I, reference in each of these sub-points to include on a gender equitable basis. Point 83, with a gender balance of 50% of men and women in each of the categories. Point 84, reference to the Defense Academy needs to have an equal split between men and women. Point 89, with a gender balance of 50% of men and women. Point 90, again, with a gender balance of 50-50 men and women. Point 91B, Roman figure 1 and 2, ensure gender-sensitive facilities. Point 95, again, ensure 50-50 gender balance. Point 105, include a gender perspective of the force design process. All steps need to ensure a gender parity approach. Point 111A, force structure which includes equal number of men and women. Point 117, the Defense Accounting Officer must ensure gender-sensitive planning in force design, structure, and facilities. Point 124A and 128A, ensure appropriate facilities for women. The following suggests.
And you are rounding up, Honorable Mlambo. Please conclude.
Sorry for that, Honorable Chairperson. In conclusion, the submissions made to the Joint Standing Committee on the 20th February 2015 were supportive of the South African Defence Review 2014, and no major changes were proposed. The CSIR and the AMD submissions were particularly supportive, and concerns raised by these entities refer rather to the implementation phase of the South African Defence Review 2014 than to the drafting and approval thereof. Matters related to gender sensitivity do highlight a positive need for review of some aspects of the Defence Review. This, however, is likely to be technical in nature and should aim to bring the South African Defence Review 2014 in line with the current DoD policy on the matter. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you, sir. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. I shall now put the question, and the question is that this report be agreed to.
The Western Cape address this matter at all?
I'm coming. Wiley. I shall now give the provinces, if they wish to make declarations of their vote, and I suspect that is the opportunity the Western Cape wishes to take. Western Cape.
Thank you, Chairperson. The South African Defence Review 2014 is the most important review of defence policy in more than a decade and has major implications for the future of the South African National Defence Force. We must thank all the members of the South African Defence Review Committee who worked so hard in producing this particular document. However, from the start, the ANC had no intention of dealing with the review in an effective way, prolonging the process and ignoring the DA's proposals due to their unpreparedness. The DA tabled a document containing 21 proposals for the recommendations aimed at strengthening the Defence Review. However, when it came to deliberations, the committee was not prepared for us. In the end, the deliberations lasted no longer than about 30 minutes, and the committee rubber-stamped the Defence Review. We have stated repeatedly that if the Defence Review does not succeed, the Defence Force will not succeed. Although we wholeheartedly would like to see the Defence Review succeed, we are regrettably not able to support the Defence Review in its current form for several reasons. amongst others affordability and the rubber stamping thereof, and a flawed process which will result in a flawed outcome. A repeat of what happened in the Defence Review of 1998. The Minister is jeopardizing the success of the Defence Review and thereby jeopardizing the success of the Defence Force as a whole. The Western Cape can therefore not support this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Wiley. Any other province wishing to make a declaration? The Eastern Cape. The Honorable Wiley.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to everybody. The Eastern Cape is stand here, Chairperson, to come and support the report because, as it was illustrated, that was a very successful review, and that is the first time of its kind, and the ANC is governing, and there are a lot of gaps that were created by the apartheid. As a result, far back there were no soldiers who were blacks. And now it's inclusive of the Umkhonto weSizwe because those were soldiers of the movement. And we managed to defeat the ends of the apartheid. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, ma'am. If there is no other province that wishes to make a declaration, I shall proceed. Honorable Smith and Honorable Faber, are you conversing, the two of you, or conversing with the House? You're thinking aloud. Okay. We shall proceed to the voting on the report, and I shall do so in alphabetical order. Heads of delegations will vote by pressing in favor, against, or abstain. We proceed. Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, Northwest, the Western Cape. Thank you. The results are in. 8 provinces have voted in favor. 1 province has voted against. Therefore, I declare that the report has been agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The Secretary will read the 3rd order of the day.
Consideration of report on taking Parliament to the people, Oudtshoorn, Eden District Municipality, Western Cape Province, 13 to 17 April 2015.
Thank you, ma'am. I wish to welcome the Deputy Ministers, the MECs, and the special delegates from the various provinces. You are very welcome. And I wish to then invite the Deputy Chairperson of Council, Ndade Tau, to lead us in the debate.
Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Deputy Ministers present, MECs, special delegates from provinces. In taking the opportunity to deliberate on this important institutional debate of taking Parliament to the People's Report, I wish to appreciate the opportunity granted. This debate is informed by the program and priorities of our constitutional democracy, which calls us to become an activist and people-centered developmental parliament. Section 72 of the Constitution enjoins the National Council of Provinces to facilitate public involvement in the legislative sector and other processes. It further requires the NCOP to conduct its business in an open manner in holding its sittings and those of their committees in an open manner. Further, Section 66 of the Constitution authorizes the NCOP to require a cabinet member or deputy minister or an official in the national or provincial executive to attend its meetings or those of its committees. But most importantly, the National Council of Provinces, as a unique institution, it is required of it that it takes into account provincial and local spheres' interest and bring them to the national attention as and when they are brought to its attention. This makes us the Center for Intergovernmental Relations and Cooperative Governance because we are able to converge all spheres of government for the purpose of ensuring seamless delivery of services to our people. To this end, taking Parliament to the people as a flagship program was designed in pursuance of the above stipulated mandate and principles, giving expression to the precepts of our Constitution and to ensure accountability and transparency. The program is hence particularly anchored in principles of freedom of expression, which is a direct contrast to where we come from as a nation. As a people's assemblies, this democratic parliament has sought to make a radical shift by empowering communities to speak out on issues that fundamentally define their quality of life. Over the past 20 years of our democratic dispensation, we have witnessed a steady evolution in our participatory practices. Whereas this nation was once ruled by intimidation and an iron fist of violence, today the Constitution gives our people the right to hold its government accountable through the democratic systems and instruments that are placed at our disposal. Whereas public meetings were once banned, resulting in detention without trial, today the National Council of Provinces is at the coalface of public participation by entrenching open and transparent engagement on issues of provincial and local interests. The Taking Parliament to the People's program is therefore a living mechanism which has significantly entrenched South Africa's democracy in a tangible and recognizable way. Through this program, we have also seen in measurable ways how the first clause of the Freedom Charter, which states that the people shall govern, has been advanced. This program hence also responds to the imperative that public meetings and robust debates are the lifeblood of our democracy. Chairperson, as we debate this report, let us not merely lament the obvious fact that poverty is an indictment against the lives of our people. Instead, let us transcend this debate to a new terrain and reaffirm our collective role as an activist people's parliament. The first measure of an impactful and people-centered activist parliament is our ability to seize the responsibility of public participation. This we should pursue, not merely for compliance, but instead to ensure that we leave footprints of transformation and positive change wherever we go as an institution. Secondly, the measure of an impactful people's parliament is our ability to ensure that as we put names and faces to the stories of poverty that we encounter, that our humanity will restrain us from becoming so desensitized to an extent where stories of poverty and brokenness becomes acceptable and a norm. I'm reminded this morning, Chair, as I participate in this debate about Charlotte Stearman, a single disabled woman from Bongoletu in Oudtshoorn, who came to the public hearings to ask for a wheelchair ramp to be erected at her rental dwelling, when in actual fact she should have received an RDP house standardized to fit the interests of a disabled person. But instead, she was put in a rented house where she could not even access the house. She also requested that her RDP house, for which it has been delayed now for more than 2 years, for no apparent reason, be built with those specifications that will then speak to the needs of the disabled. I am aware that there were commitments that were made by the provincial administration to deal with the issues of Charlotte Stearman, but so far we have not received any progress report as an institution, as promised during that time in April. Parliament is a strategic site for the implementation of the broad objectives to improve the material conditions of the poor and the marginalized. In our implementation of the broad objectives, let us remember that the finer details of development make reference to the lives of real people who daily grapple with the tough challenges of poverty and inequality. We are seized with the responsibility to act with resolute determination to change the landscape of poverty, which many of us have come face to face with. This Parliament is therefore duty-bound to become more responsive and people-centered as a driving force to push back the frontiers of poverty. As we deepen our resolve to oversee the implementation of the transformation agenda of our people, the Fifth Parliament must also begin to ask critical questions, particularly around processing of reports such as the one that we are tabling and debating today. It is incumbent upon this House to discern that it takes more than a debate of this nature to activate radical shifts that accelerate development. It is incumbent upon us all to recognize that beyond the tabling of this report lies the vast expanse of self-critique, which we must be willing to engage in order to improve our performance. This requires an assessment of the effectiveness of the NCOP's institutional machinery as key drivers of our transformation. Beyond the tabling of this report, we are expected as a House, and in particular committees, to actively pursue our oversight function in a manner that will make it highly impossible for anybody not to have an improvement insofar as their living conditions are concerned. We are all aware that oversight in broad terms involves the crucial function of Parliament and its various committees to oversee and review the endeavors of the executive. In line with the Constitution, parliamentary committees are central to exercising oversight by means of, amongst others, actively involving the public and public representatives with a clear focus on transparent governance. Committees hence give effect to Parliament working for the delivery of services to the public in order to create a better life for all our people. Furthermore, we must question whether if we are robust enough in the way that we interpret and implement our constitutional mandate. Are we truly pursuing and tracking transformation with a clear focus on the dates and time frames for delivery given by the executive, whether it be provincial or national? Of course, we must exercise our responsibilities, recognizing that effective and constructive oversight is not primarily concerned with exposing the failures of the executive, but rather concerned with ensuring better governance. Constructive oversight is certainly not about antagonizing the executive with impunity. Instead, it is about stabilizing and underpinning our relations with the core principles of cooperative governance in order to assist government to achieve its goals. Answers to these questions require a willingness for self-criticism, and not just self-criticism, but in actual fact, deepening the principle of constructive self-criticism. It requires a better and a deeper understanding of key policy directives, such as the National Development Plan and government overall program of action. In addition to the above, we must also assess whether institutional architecture of the institution is resilient enough to accelerate transformation and capacitate ourselves effectively for the task before us. Therefore, this debate gives us the opportunity to transcend the norm and innovate and become innovative so that we can achieve radical economic transformation in the best interest of our people. We have also come together in a fashion to assess our performance in reducing the trust deficit that is caused by public engagement that fail to produce tangible results, like the one of Ms. Stearman in Oudtshoorn. The clarion call, therefore, the clarion call before This House today is therefore to ensure that programs such as Taking Parliament to the People become results-driven, with quicker turnaround timeframes and maximum impact on the lives of ordinary South Africans. When Taking Parliament to the People program visited Oudtshoorn, a number of key challenges were uncovered, Chairperson. These challenges highlighted the important role of oversight in ensuring that priorities of government are implemented in order to realize the objectives of the National Development Plan. During the week of deliberations, the NCOP managed to gather the following information coming directly from our people. Our people told us about the high level of corruption in the allocation of the Reconstruction and Development Program houses. Our people told us about the huge water shortage in Kanaland and Oudtshoorn itself. Our people raised concern over unlawful deviation from appropriate school quantiles. Our people appealed and in actual fact raised it very sharply about the lack of availability of rehabilitation facilities for recovering drug addicts in Naisna. Early childhood development sector reported that they experienced serious delays when they required to transfer payments agreements. Our people told us as well that there is a lack of transformation in the agricultural sector and to the greater disadvantage of the African people in particular. Our people told us about the racism that they are experiencing at both Velutuba Adult Learning Center and Africa Skills College, amongst others. There are still those that have been raised and so forth. In the city of Cape Town, we also witnessed how the poorest households live in the outskirts of the city, further away from potential employment opportunities, and least able to afford the cost of the urban sprawl. Most often, poorer residents have to commute longer distances and times by means of public transport modes that are currently not optimally integrated. However significant, decentralization of commercial and work opportunities is taking place, they still cannot feel the fruits that in actual fact was meant for them to enjoy. Almost 43%, this is the report that we got and the information that we got from the pre-visits, including the subsequent visits that were done in the city and including the province in general. Almost 43% of black African commuters use public transport, bus and train. And about 50% of them have to travel between 30 and 60 minutes between home and work. This is in contrast with the 21.69% of our so-called colored communities and 2.2% of the white communities who use public transport. Look at the contrast there. The city's social fabric is also undermined by social marginalization and high levels of social criminality, especially drug and murder-related crimes. This requires concerted interventions to build social equity, foster a sense of community, and encourage residents, especially the youth, to engage in rebuilding this particular city as part of South Africa and not as an isolated, geographically located area. Honorable members, the above are just some of the issues that our people have urged us to speedily respond to as public representatives. This institution is charged with the responsibility of ensuring that we do not only listen to the challenges of our people, but we also must activate our institutional mechanism to respond faster to these processes and, of course, their needs. May I therefore, Chairperson, take the opportunity to conclude by thanking the community of Oudtshoorn, where now the city of the program was hosted in the Western Cape. We saw in Oudtshoorn how our people woke up early in the morning during rainy days, more than 2,000 people gathering place where we were seated as the National Council of Provinces. They went to the Oudtshoorn grounds with a greater interest of ensuring that public representatives listen to the challenges and the problems that they are faced with as South African citizens, and not to play any other thing, but to raise the issues that they find to be their kind of challenges for which they want us to respond to. Let us work together to make South Africa and the Western Cape a home for all our people, regardless of their color or creed. Let us take this opportunity and use it as a mechanism to unlock transformation and good governance for the benefit of all our people, and in particular the working class and the poor. Communities must also strive to sustain efforts that will ensure that a platform of engagement remains open with our communities. Committees of the National Council must ensure that that process of engagement remains open to our communities to constantly raise their issues as we move forward. We should continue engaging both the executive and communities in order to ensure that each and every challenge that was raised gets effectively addressed by our executive, may it be province or national. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Deputy Minister, Human Settlements, Honorable Zofre Kota Fredericks.
Thank you, Chairperson. Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Tao, Chairperson of the Select Committee of Social Services, Honorable Lamini, honorable members, I greet you this morning. The debate today about taking Parliament to the people, most unfortunately I could not attend this program as I was in Kenya attending the United Nations Habitat Council. But I was fortunate that on my return, I was able to watch the entire proceedings on Sunday on TV. It was well covered. As the Department of Human Settlement, we were represented by MEC Matikizela, mandated by Minister Lindiwe Sisulu, who could not attend due to government programs. The issues that were raised ranged from lack of adequate sanitation in the informal settlement areas to RDP houses that need rectification program. On the issues of 5 families sharing 1 toilet, this, as we know at the moment, it's a policy. It's clear that this policy needs to be revisited, as this has been the cry in all communities that we visit. This policy had to be reviewed. I agree with MEC Matikizela's notion of 1 family, 1 toilet. As the Department of Human Settlement, we have no objections on this matter. And I hope that the Department of Water and Sanitation and COCTA would agree with us. Many communities have expressed their frustration on the pace of housing delivery in their areas. These were the people who have raised this issue in Oudtshoorn, Bongoletu, who were dissatisfied by non-visibility of housing development in their area, but noting that there are developments in other areas. It's a concern that we are not taking lightly. I've noted the response of the MEC in this regard. However, we are engaging with this community and the MEC in ensuring that the matter is being addressed. Another community which raised concerns about housing delivery is the community of Protea Park informal settlement in George. Apparently this community has been here for 15 years and there has been no housing development since. I'm glad to say that as we speak, this community is part of the catalytic project that is underway in the department of 15,000 housing units in Thembaletu. And the matter was also raised during that visit by the MEC confirming this. The other area that raised concerns is the community of Deersville in Mossel Bay. Mr. Dalasile has apparently moved in this area in 1991. He has not received a house, and those who came long after him have received houses. He put the blame squarely on councillors, saying that they are not transparent and they do not inform people about housing projects. I do understand, members, that the difficulty in Mossel Bay in particular is the absence of a housing plan. I've shared this matter with the mayor, and I was surprised when she told me that their municipality does not have responsibility to build houses. It brought me back to the same thing that I used to hear, where municipalities were saying that housing is a non-funded mandate. And I reminded them that it's important that they put housing in their IDPs, because as much as I agree it's not their funded mandate, particularly those municipalities who are not accredited, but it's critical that they are integral part of planning of housing. So that at the end of the day, people cater and they have an understanding of how housing delivery will take place in their community. It's a matter that I've raised with the MEC in the Western Cape, and we have keen interest on following it because we have challenges in Mossel Bay in particular around the issue of rectification. And rectification is not going to take place if the municipality doesn't put that plan in the IDP. So it's a matter that it's ongoing in terms of our follow-up at Chairperson. But what is of concern in the Eden District Municipality is the fact that communities are not involved in the building of houses, they are in the dark. What do I mean? I mean that there are no housing committees or housing forums. In other words, people are passive recipients of government delivery. This is a fundamental problem, as information is power. Community facilitation cannot be an afterthought. Houses need a social compact. Communities must be involved in housing projects so that they can understand the difficulties they encounter. Also, for them to have knowledge of how houses are built and for whom. And in particular, the issue of compiling the beneficiary list. It can't be done in offices without the involvement of communities, because they know and understand exactly who has come in and when. This will remove the uncertainty, and the people will understand that houses cannot be built for everybody at the same time due to budgetary constraints. But they will understand why certain areas are prioritized over others. That is why regular feedbacks with communities in housing are critical. There were also concerns raised regarding lady with disability who's been waiting for housing in Bongoletu in particular since 2009. I'm glad that the MEC has undertaken going to visit this lady. We are monitoring this process through our monitoring and evaluation unit in the department, so to make sure that the issues are raised are taken seriously. There was a concern raised by a disabled community member from Thabo Mbeki Informal Settlement. He indicated that his house is built on a slope, which is extremely difficult for him to access because he's blind. The Department of Human Settlement prioritizes people with disability, even if they live in informal settlements. We take care of them, giving them access to resources to make sure that their mobility is made easier. The MEC undertook to pay a visit and address these issues raised. It is our responsibility as this national department to make sure that we follow up these issues and engage with the affected beneficiaries to see if their plight has been alleviated. In fact, in all municipalities mentioned by the concerned members of the community, they are being engaged to make sure that they resolve these issues. Members, we must understand that housing is delivered through the three spheres of government. What does that mean? It means that we have 90% budget. We transfer 90% of our budget to provinces. So the implementation is at a provincial level. And in those provinces, they must work with municipalities. But I do understand and take the responsibility, Chairperson, that at the end of the day, the buck stops with the national department. That is why we take these matters seriously. We believe that the delivery of housing must not be politicized. It must be transparent at all costs so that communities have confidence that their concerns are taken seriously and that they are treated equally before the law. Housing remains a thorny issue, as there are many people who are in need of housing, but the resources are limited. But what needs to be done is that even those who live in informal settlements must receive government services. They must receive water, sanitation, electricity while they are waiting for their houses. That is why human settlements at a national level, we have what is called NASP program, National Upgrading Support System program, that is working with the people living in the communities to improve their conditions. Structural defects in housing was also reported by residents in Platen Bay, in which water comes in through the foundation. What angers these residents in particular is that municipal officials have visited this house on several occasions, but nothing has been done. Even on this occasion, we have noted that the MEC undertook to visit this house, but what we have done at the national level was to inform NHBRC, which is our quality assurance institution, to go and check this house, so that at the end of the day, we are sure that even when we do rectification of this house, we do it within the housing code as required by the law. Members would recall that complaints were raised about corruption in housing in Oudtshoorn and Pito, and in Oudtshoorn in particular, community were raising issue of the credibility of the housing database, in which people get more than one RDP house. They allege that municipal officials also benefit from the housing as they own houses. In Pito, they state that there was an investigation which was underway, and they were hoping that during that process of the investigation, that the municipality was not going to hand over houses to the people, but that housing allocation continues. I must say that at the end of the day, the issue of the investigation cannot stop the housing delivery per se, but we want the outcome of the investigation so that we can determine exactly what happened in that municipality. As far as officials are concerned in Oudtshoorn, the housing criteria is clearly very clear. The people who benefit from our program are those who earn between 0 and 3,500. Housing officials cannot benefit from our program. It's obvious, because in terms of their salaries, they earn far above that criteria. So if there are any officials who benefit from this system, definitely the law will take its course. It's a matter that we will take up with the MEC of Koksta is here. I'm very happy that these issues need to be taken up, because that's breach of the law as far as we're concerned. Honorable members of the NCOP, Southern Cape has helped us, the visit to Southern Cape has helped us to bring to our attention issues raised by these communities. That housing delivery is not a smooth process, but it's faced with lots of challenges, but there's also lots of opportunities. The resolutions of these challenges needs more than just one sphere of government. It has also reminded us that housing delivery needs participation of more than one department. Our cooperation with the Department of Culture, Water Affairs, and others is critical for us to provide adequate basic services to our people. During our budget vote here in the NCOP, we committed ourselves in delivery of 1.5 million housing opportunities during MTSF. In other words, in the next 5 years, we'll deliver 1.5 million opportunities. We can only do so if we work together as government, private sector, and organs of civil society, including members of parliament. Houses cannot be delivered by government alone. We need the participation of all peace-loving South Africans. Our role as government is to create an enabling environment. It must be noted that our communities cannot be made to be passive recipients of government delivery. They need to be at the center of the process of housing delivery. The issue of ward committees is critical, particularly ward committees that take the issue of housing seriously. We must make sure that our people are part of the change they want to see in society. Municipalities must take the issue of participation of communities seriously. Building of houses should be leading to building of cohesive communities. We urge all participants in this process to refrain, as I've said earlier on, from politicizing housing. But at the end of the day, what needs to be done is the fact that we don't want to build shoddy housings anymore. We are saying we are not going to do rectification as the National Department of Housing. that the ratification should be done by NHBRC, taking into account developers who have built shoddy work. They must be taken into account and rectify what they've done. We are saying houses should be built in areas which are approved through the EIA process, and that we need to make sure that the inspection of the houses should start at the foundation level, at the wall level, and at the roof level. What do we mean? That the inspection of housing, each unit, must be around the clock. If we do so, we'll ensure that we save government money in terms of the shoddy work. What is key is to find one another in this process in order to improve the living condition of our communities for the better. We urge all municipalities to do whatever it takes to ensure that they include housing in their IDPs, because that will make it easier for national in particular to intervene when there is problems in communities around housing. Chairperson, I raised the fact that of the targets in terms of MTSF. I just want to explain how this will go about. 750,000 households will be upgraded in the informal settlements. 750,000 households will be upgraded in the informal settlements. We'll hand over 563,000 housing in the subsidy band. 110,000 loans will be given to our people. 70,000 of that will be coming from FLISP, which is Financial Link Subsidy Program, and 40,000 will be coming from our DFIs, which means from our housing institutions. 35,000 will be from the rental stock, and 10,000 hectares of land, well-located land, will be acquired to ensure that people build houses, and 50 catalytic projects in all provinces. I am happy that Thembaletu is one of those catalytic projects I'm talking about here. The last concern which was raised by our communities was around the project in Kalitsdorp, which was meant to come up with 602 units. And the units that have been built thus far are 250 units. The reason for that is because as much as we have infrastructure on the ground as human settlements, but the pipeline in terms of the water, the pipe is old, it's 110 millimeter units, support to 330. Municipality needs 10 million to rectify that pipe, and they don't have money. So that will need a discussion between ourselves as human settlements, Coxter, and Water Affairs. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy. The Honorable Deputy Minister, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, the Honorable Bapela.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Methandi Mudise, Deputy Chairperson Retau, Honorable Deputy Minister Zokota Fredericks, MECs, Honorable members of the NCOP, special guests. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. It is fitting that we host the debate on the taking Parliament to the people today on the eve of the 60th anniversary of the very first People's Parliament. Of course, I talk about the gathering in Clapton on the 25th and 26th of June 1955 that witnessed South Africans from all walks of life gather under the watchful eye of the apartheid police. On those days, over 3,000 people of all races, from workers, students, women, youth, and intellectuals, came together to cement their demands for a better life. The Freedom Charter affirmed the vision of a united, democratic, and non-racial South Africa. 60 years later, I'm glad to say that we have lost neither the intensity nor the inspiration of that watershed moment in our country's history. Today, we continue to inspire hope in the people of South Africa by the taking Parliament to the people. Let me commend the House for this extraordinary initiative that captures the spirit of the Freedom Charter and continues to ensure that even those in the most far-flung
parts of our country know that we are a responsible and accountable government that listens to and takes heed of the concerns of our people. The NCOP's visit to Eden District Municipality is a case in point. Honorable members, our government faces a barrage of criticism on a daily basis that we are not doing enough, that we do not care, that we have abandoned the very people who voted for us. Taking Parliament to the people, which allows our national, provincial, and local sphere of government account to the citizens, is an important, critical, and the most measurable platform to improve communication. In April this year, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs was honored to be part of this process through the attendance and interaction of my colleague, Deputy Minister Andres Nel. The Deputy Minister outlined a number of efforts that government was undertaking to ensure that municipalities functioned more effectively. The Back to Basics program, on which I will speak a bit more later, is aimed at ensuring that a minimum basket of services is provided to households across the province and indeed across the country. Deputy Minister Nel also reiterated that councillors need to provide regular feedback to their communities. He also said that national government is strengthening measures to ensure that there is no political interference in municipal administration by councillors. This ministry also undertook to conduct a follow-up visit to attend to some of the issues raised by the Oswaran community. Let me assure you that we are addressing these concerns, that we are inspiring hope, and that the people do govern. The lack of communication with communities, for example, was repeatedly raised, especially from the Eden, George, Mossel Bay, and Bidu municipalities. This issue has been taken up by the National and Western Cape Back to Basics team with the municipalities. We are scheduled to meet these municipalities again at the beginning of September to follow up this and other remaining concerns. Honorable members, I believe that it is important that we reiterate our emphasis on the Back to Basics campaign. The National Department of COGTA has made the Back to Basics program our singular area of focus over the foreseeable future. Let me reinforce the 5 pillars of the Back to Basics. 1, considering that a lack of communication is one of the challenges this municipality face, and it was raised repeatedly. The emphasis of the first pillar on putting people and their concerns first through constant contact, through effective public platform cannot be underestimated. The best laid plans are often undone by insufficient public participation. So we need to really increase more visibility and ensuring that we put people first. The second pillar of our Back to Basics strategy is centered around creating decent living conditions by consistently delivering the municipal services of the right quality and standards. Here, let me repeat the words of the Executive Mayor of Eden District Municipality, Councillor Vesi van der Westhuizen, who in his opening remarks had said, electricity for lighting stands is at over 91%, refuse removal at 86.4%, and the prevalence of flush toilets is at 78%. While we cannot be satisfied with this, we do believe that the municipality is moving in the right direction in providing basic services to citizens. 21 years after the onset of democracy, we cannot expect our citizens to still be patient to receive basic services. We therefore, as COGTA, saying to the municipalities, they must deliver this basket of services. 1 is clean the areas where people live, the towns, the cities, and the village without fail. Secondly, remove garbage on time and on schedule. 3, cut the grass on walkways, on parks, on cemeteries, on open spaces as regular as you can. 4, attend to the potholes timeously. 5, fix the street lights, the traffic lights timeously. 6, attend to water leakages and sewer burst timelessly. These are non-negotiables because they represent the core mandate of the municipalities. All municipalities must work through this Back to Basics program to ensure that they achieve this. Another pillar of the Back to Basics program is to demonstrate good governance and administration. One of the issues raised during the public hearings was the disappearance of the public protectors out of the Blue Report on councillors interfering in the work of the municipal administration. I understand that this report has been swept under the table, unfortunately, by the Democratic Alliance here. Contrary to what some members of the House may have you to believe, we do support the work of the public protector as the African National Congress. We will call upon the Western Cape MEC's Bredal to provide us with a status report on the implementation of the recommendations by the public protector's report, and I hope the NCOP will also be following up on this matter. Ensuring that a sound financial management and accounting and prudently managing resources to sustainably deliver services and bring development to communities is another pillar of our Back to Basic program. The public hearings revealed concern over allocations of funding for integrated development plans, IDPs, using outdated statistics, inequalities with regard to the distribution of equitable share to municipalities, and allegations of political allegiance in the allocations of funding to municipalities. With the ANC, for example, ANC-aligned Kanaland municipality only being allocated 30 million rands, and yet the DA-led George municipality receiving 300 million. Therefore, the skews and the scales are not equal here. Honorable members, the equitable share process is currently under review, and the issues raised will be attended to in that review. We are concerned over these allegations of inequitable distribution of funding. This is certainly not in keeping with the ethos of the Freedom Charter that says the people shall share in the country's wealth. I do believe we need to have a further conversation on this issue. Building and maintaining a sound institutional and administrative capabilities administered and managed by dedicated, competent, and skilled personnel at all levels is the final pillar of the back-to-back basics. It is an area that we as a national government are emphasizing because of its impact on the long-term sustainability of municipalities. We will want to ensure that we clean the administration of the municipalities with the right people on the right job, competent to deliver and discharge responsibilities to the people. It's going to take us time, but we'll have to do it and then do it with gust. Honorable Chair, we are seized with addressing the challenges facing the Oudtshoorn municipality. Even prior to the taking Parliament to the people, People's Program, Minister Gowdan paid a surprise visit to the Oudtshoorn municipality on the 20th of February. In that visit, the minister engaged various stakeholders, including ordinary people on the streets, Afro Forum, political parties, business and community leaders. The audit committee chairperson was met, councillors, the mayor, the deputy mayor, and acting municipal manager. As recently as last week, both Minister Gordon and Deputy Minister Nel visited Oudtshoorn municipality again. After extensive deliberations with the political leadership of the municipality, there was a general consensus about the nature and extent of the challenges that are still prevalent there. Let me be frank and say that these challenges range from political and administrative instability, non-functional council structures, irregular acting appointments in senior positions, water pollution and refuse removal challenges, and the general breakdown in the delivery of services to communities, poor communication with communities, and the servicing of the ESCOM debt and a declining tourism industry. Some of these issues can be easily resolved. COGTA has facilitated the allocation of 9 million rands through the Department of Water and Sanitation to address the water shortage in the area. That is an instant and immediate action following the visit by the taking Parliament to the people. To address the other challenges identified, the Ozuoron Local Municipality Support and Good Governance Package and Back to Basics Action Plan has been established and agreed to. It is a cooperative governance initiative between the national and the provincial sphere of governments. The intervention is done in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution, in terms of which the national and provincial government, through legislative and other means, are required to support local government in the exercise of its responsibility. The program has the following objectives: to create a functional and responsive municipality, to bring the municipality to state of normalcy, to conduct an audit of state of services in communities, to ensure sound financial management system and processes, and to regain the community's trust. And indeed, as Deputy Minister Zokota Fredericks had said, we'll have also to engage on the issues of the unfunded mandates, particularly the aspect of lack of accreditation on the municipality in terms of its delivery of houses. We have an IMC that will also be looking at that issue, and the IMC is water, women's settlement, and the energy, roads, and then COGTA, to look at a package of service delivery in all municipalities. We'll have to focus our attention on this one. Taking Parliament to the people by the NCP in Ozuoron was a further example of democracy in practice. The legislature has come under some negative publicity recently, and only through actions such as taking Parliament to the people will our people understand the accountability relationships between the executive and the legislature and the workings of the democratic system. This is not an end in itself, though. We understand that the nature of requests, questions, or challenges raised by the citizen may need various departments to work together to address or solve the problems experienced. COGTA, through the Western Cape Back to Basic team, will ensure that citizens who raise challenges challenges on or problems at the Ozuoron NCOP sitting will receive communication by the end of August 2015 on action points and what we will be doing. We'll attend to the challenges, we'll deal with the issues of poverty, inequality, unemployment. It's not an easy thing, but we are resolute. As we mark the 60th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, we are well aware of our responsibility to keep its spirit and those of its founders alive, not just in our Constitution, but through our actions. The Back to Basics program will ensure that we continue to imbue our citizens with a hope for the future, and that come what may, the people shall govern, the people are governing. Siyaqhuba. Forward, ever, backwards, never. I thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The Honorable Labuskaghni.
Achtbare voorzitter, achtbare ministers, achtbare lede. Ek beredeneer die debat oor parlement na die mense, of neem die parlement na die mense, hoofsaaklik vanuit twee hoofuitgangspunte, namelijk ons grondwetlike rol en funksies van die Nasionale Raad van Provinsies, en dan spesifiek die realiteite van die program self. Om die parlement na die mense te neem is 'n program wat geïnisieer is deur die Sprekersforum van die parlement en sedert 2002 uitgevoer word. Die aanvanklike doel was om die publiek te onderrig en om publieke deelname te benut om die demokrasie te verdiep en te versterk. Die geskrewe dokumente verwys egter ook huidig na die feit dat die oorsigrol met die tyd vergroot het. Tans word die program bemark as 'n geleentheid vir die mense om hulle stemme te laat hoor en met die uitvoerende gesag van die regeringssfere te kan praat. Artikel 42.4 van die Grondwet vervat die rol van die Nasionale Raad van Provinsies as volg. The National Council of Provinces respects the provinces to ensure that provincial interests are taken into account in the national sphere of government. It does this mainly by participating in the national legislative process and by providing a national forum for public consideration of issues affecting the provinces. Artikel 41.1 stipuleer dat elke sweer van die regering moet doen, wat elke sweer van die regering moet doen, en artikel 41(1)(f spesifiek bepaal onder andere dat all swears of government and all organs of state within each swear must not assume any power or function except these conferred on them in terms of the Constitution. Verder dui artikel 55 vers 1a en b die magte van die nasionale parlement aan tot die wetgewende proses en artikel 2a en b die meganismes waardeur oorsig oor die uitvoerende gesag gedoen moet word en hulle verantwoordbaar gehou moet word. So verwys artikel 68a egter net na die magte ten opsigte van die wetgewende proses van die Nasionale Raad van Provinsies en in artikel 59 en in artikel 72 het beide die Nasionale Vergadering en die Nasionale Raad van Provinsies 'n rol te vervul om die publiek betrokke te kry by die wetgewende en ander prosesse van die parlement. Agbare voorsitter, uit genoemde aksies, artikels is dit duidelik dat die grondwetlike raamwerk vir die Nasionale Raad van Provinsies fokus op die verteenwoordiging van provinsies in die nasionale parlement met fokus op deelname in die wetgewende proses. Parlement na die mense is egter tans 'n program wat gekenmerk word hoofsaaklik op publieke verhore en oorsigbesoeke waarin die invloed van of wetgewing toegepas word al dan nie deel vorm nie. Die onderrigfunksie, jy moet luister as jy hoor. Die onderrigfunksie waarna oorspronklik verwys word is egter ook nie, julle hoor nie, hou nie daarvan om die waarheid hoor nie. Die onderrigfunksie waarna oorspronklik verwys word is egter ook nie gefokus om byvoorbeeld die publiek in te lig oor die proses van wetgewing en op watter wyse hulle so deel kan vorm van die proses en demokrasie op hierdie wyse kan verdiep nie. Wat is die parlement na mense dan en wat word werklik effektief bereik deur die uitvoering van hierdie program? Parlement na die mense is in hierdie termyn so belangrik geag dat dit ondergeskik gestel is aan 'n uitvoerende vergadering van die regerende party. Die aanvanklike program van die komitee, trouwens die eerste 2 weke van die Nasionale Raad van Provinsies se hele program, is gekanselleer en moes aangepas word vir 'n dringende ANC uitvoerende vergadering in Johannesburg. Verder is neem parlement na die mense program bedryf deur 'n bestuurskomitee wie se besluite berus het op 'n tegniese span wat ondersoek gedoen het oor wat die werklike kwessies op die grondvlak is. Tydens die besoeke is daar egter by verskeie geleenthede gevind dat die instansies geen duidelikheid gehad het oor wat die besoek presies behels nie. Ek was persoonlik deel van 'n groep wat indien die amptenary van die Wes-Kaapse provinsie nie teenwoordig was om die situasie te red nie, die besoek 'n totale fiasco sou wees. Ek het aan die einde van die tyd in die kombi gesit, want dit was chaos. Kommunikasie was beslis nie effektief gewees nie. Nie binne in die raad self nie en ook nie tussen die raad en die provinsiale uitvoerende gesag nie. Uitnodigings na die week van publieke verhore het die provinsiale ministers 'n week voor die besoek self bereik. Die finale program is slegs etlike dae voor die besoek self goedgekeur, buiten die gesag van die programmeringsvergadering, wat met hierdie neem parlement na die mense toe in elk geval 'n kenmerk was. Gedurende hierdie parlement aan die mense het verskeie situasies ontstaan wat bevraagteken moet word, soos byvoorbeeld dat tydens die aanvanklike publieke verhoor die aankondiging gemaak is dat die publiek ooreenkomstig spesifieke sektore verteenwoordig moes word en daarvolgens 'n stem laat hoor. Dit moes ek stopsit. Ook die feit dat sommige mense van die publiek in byvoorbeeld Kannaland ingelig is dat hulle nie van die vervoer kan gebruik maak om George te gaan nie. Die feit dat die publiek geen idee gehad het op watter dag watter onderwerp hanteer sal word nie. Gevolglik was daar dikwels nie iemand van die uitvoerende gesag wat die sogenaamde antwoorde kon verskaf nie. Die uitsny van die klankvoertuig na die publiek buite net nadat die uitvoerende gesag van die Nasionale Raad van Provinsies toesprake gedoen het, is ook 'n voorbeeld. Die herhaaldelike verwysing dat hierdie program vir die mense is, maar die nasionale ministers en adjunkministers die platform gebruik het as 'n politieke verhoog vir die 2016 verkiesing. Die swak verteenwoordiging en bywoning van die nasionale uitvoerende gesag gedurende week terwyl die blame dat die burgemeesters geskuif is dat hulle nie teenwoordig is nie. Die feit dat die publiek meestal skriftelike pleidooi rig waarop die Nasionale Raad van Provinsies geen direkte invloed het om te verseker dat probleme opgelos word nie, skep vals hoop en verwagtinge by die publiek. Agbare voorsitter, dit blyk asof hierdie program meer die gestalte geneem het van 'n politieke veldtog.
Just hold on, please. Is that a point of order, sir? Honorable Sifako?
Nee, ek wil net weet of achtbaar Labaskachne bereid is om 'n vraag te doen.
As u bereid. Nie op hierdie oomblik nie, voorsitter, as gevolg van tyd, maar ek sal na die tyd met die agbare Sefago gesels.
Please continue.
Wie? Agbare voorsitter, dit blyk asof hierdie program meer die gestalte geneem het van 'n politieke veldtog vir die ANC op staatskoste, ongeveer 19 miljoen, as enigiets anders. Agbare voorsitter, daar is tans min bewys van die werklike effektiwiteit van parlement na die mense te neem binne die grondwetlike raamwerk. Ek is daarvan oortuig dat om die parlement na die mense te neem kan vervang word met 'n soortgelyke program en dat die demokraties of met 'n ander soortige program en dat die demokratiese effek verdiep kan word deur te fokus op ons wetgewende rol, 'n noodsaaklike taak om hierdie huis meer doeltreffend en meer effektief te maak. Baie dankie.
The Honorable, the MEC for Police, Roads and Transport, Honorable Kompela. Order, members.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Deputy Chair, Honorable Deputy Ministers, colleagues MEC from different provinces, special delegates, honorable members of the House, and ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Chair, NCOP is not a church. NCOP is a battle of ideas, a political terrain where exchange of views are. And therefore, we cannot be seen taking Parliament to the people to go and pray there, but to go and see whether the ANC has changed the life of the people there. Honorable Chair, I was in that Parliament taking to the people. It was orderly, it was decent, fundamental issues were raised by the people in that area where I was. Meskin davar agbare robeskachne. That was chaos, maar daar waar ek gewees het, that was orde en niks anders behalve die orde nie. The Free State Honorable Chair express a word of gratitude and appreciation that we must be able to come and take part in this important debate in supporting what is a most important constitutional imperative of taking Parliament to the people. This exercise of this upper house is a very important exercise. This is a house that must take into consideration provincial and local matters of people who are defenseless, who don't have money to go to the court or the lawyers and be able to take those views and take them, including to access the judicial system. And this house has that capacity to represent those who are weak, those who are not having money, those who are defenseless. We must support and strengthen this house. This house must be able to raise issues sharply with different provinces where this house goes, irrespective of the discomfort of anybody, but for the benefit of those people that you represent when you're taking this Parliament to the people. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, the Freedom Charter outlines very clear that the people shall govern and all people shall be entitled to take part in the administration of their country. This quote above is a reminder why programs such as taking Parliament to the people are an essential tool for government to assess engagement with the people, assess the service delivery, and assess what are the needs of the people on the ground without taking into consideration that we know what the people want, and yet we have never interacted with the people and know what they want. Amongst others, the program ensures that a cooperative and participatory governance happen as envisaged in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Public representatives account to those who served them and those who elected them. And therefore, all of us collectively must join the NCOP and go and account to the people that have elected us in this important house. The objective of government are met, and it is therefore in this context that a series of public meetings and visits to various sites and were undertaken, and the NCOP taking people to the people in Eden, in the district municipality of Oudtshoorn and George Neisner, were very important. But stumbling into this, there were myriads of issues that were raised, ranging from a provision of housing, abolition facilities, related service delivery, and other concerns that were affecting the people in that area. But does it need the NCOP to go to those people to raise these fundamental basic rights of the people in that area? No. Among others, the following issues can also be mentioned. The police responsiveness was one of the issues that was raised in that meeting. Honorable Chair, my colleague, Honorable Plato, sits in a MINMEC of the police. We have taken a decision that in the light of police vehicles that are parked in town over the weekend when there is much needed in the township, they must not say it is the police that belongs to a town. All those resources must be taken to where our people needed them. So there was no need for the people in that area to complain about the responsiveness of the police when such a decision was taken in the presence of all of us. The other thing was transport for people with disability that was raised there. Ms. Thurman raised this point. The matter of accessibility on public transport and public amenities for persons with disability is a fundamental right that all of us have to observe. And therefore, even the struggle that Ms. Thurman had in being able to reach Parliament taking to the people was an unnecessary struggle. And therefore, all of us must be conscious that equality cannot mean other sectors of the people that must be equal. Equality means for everybody. You close your eyes, black and white, disabled and not disabled. That kind of accessibility must be equal in that way. As government, it is important that we inspire public confidence. But we need to do that by being on the side of the weak and on the side of the vulnerable, and we must never betray them. We reiterate our call that police shall be the helpers and the protectors of the people. The killing of the police, which was one of the things that was raised there, is a very wrong thing. It's tantamount to treason, because you kill an arm that protects our people, that brings law and order. And in our province, in Operation Pinyatsotsi, it will never happen that a police officer must carry a gun and it's a dummy and a criminal must kill a police officer. And I will not preside on a funeral of a police officer killed by a criminal, yet is carrying a gun on his waist. I will never do that. He must respond, because the criminal wants to take his life. He must take the criminal life quickly, faster, before he could even respond. It is therefore discouraging that in some parts of South Africa, public perception persists that the police drag their feet when they should come to defense of the defenseless. Chair, in the place where we were taking people to the Parliament, the environment is not right. Service delivery cannot just take in place as freely, as adequately as you'd think. There are no roads there for ambulance to go and take mothers who are just about to give birth to their children. There are no roads there for police to be able to police areas where people have taken law into their hands. And I think those are things that we have to say. How do we make this situation to be okay, and how do we deal with this situation so that at
Honorable
least...
Compella, Honorable Mtileni, is it a point of order? Okay.
Okay. I just want to know if Mnumzan is ready to take a question.
Honorable Compella, are you prepared to take a question?
I'm ready, Chairperson.
Please proceed,
Okay.
Honorable Mtileni, with your question.
Thank you so much. The question is, I think Honorable is being reckless here.
Not a question.
Order,
No,
members.
don't worry, it's a build-up to the
Order.
question. It's a build-up to the question. I think Honorable is being reckless here because he's saying the police has got a right to take life. I don't know if is he trying to protect what I'm seeing in the newspaper, that the president is justifying, you know, the fact that the people who were killed in Marikana, where it's right because they themselves were killers. I don't know if he could be responding to the message that I'm reading from the newspaper on this phone.
What is your question, Honorable
That is my
Mtileni?
question, Honorable Chairperson. Is he justifying what the president is saying in today's newspaper? That's my question.
Thank you, sir. Honorable, is that another point of order?
How can he read newspaper while we are in the house?
Okay.
Must put it in order.
Honorable Mtileni, please take your seat. No, take your seat. Take your seat. Honorable Wana, this is a point I will address at another time. The phones, the newspapers, the tablets, the iPads in the house. I will address that at a particular time, not today. Honorable Compella, are you prepared to respond to the Honorable Mtileni's question?
Chair, I will not respond on the President's utterance, but I will respond on what I've said. That if a criminal takes a life of the police, that criminal cannot have a right that is above the police. That police too has a right. But in the midst of criminals having the appetite to take the life of the police, I am saying I will not preside on the funeral of the police officers killed by a deliberate criminal who takes the life of the police. That's what I'm saying. And I will say it anywhere else. Honorable Chair, the need for more representative, the more
Order,
of
members. Honorable Mtileni, you did put your question. You were responded to. The question you put, no, I'm addressing you. The question you put is a speculative question because you are expecting a member of the provincial legislature to respond on behalf of the head of state. And I think the honorable member from the Free State is within his right to respond to you on what he personally has said in the House and let that matter rest there. You cannot expect a member to respond on behalf of the head of state. You have a question on that, put it to the head of state himself the day he comes here. Please proceed, Honorable Compella.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the perception that was raised again in this public, the Parliament taking Parliament to the people, was the issue of skewed resources that were given to the people there. And that skewed resource perception was the one that I've alluded on saying there are no resources, they are adequate elsewhere. And I have responded on how we have decided on this matter in our MINMEC that there could be no lack of resources when they are parked in a particular place, when there is a high need at that time in the township. And therefore, this matter too, the minister has given us an assurance that we'll be able to visit this area to go and find out exactly, because in that area and at that time, you'd never get exactly what does this skewed resources that are allocated to people, what does it mean? But if it means vehicles, police officers, and all those things, all of us, we are police officers of the Republic of South Africa. We are not the police officers of George or Neisner. We work for one government of the Republic of South Africa. Where there is a need, you must shift those resources, send them to where there is a little bit of inadequacy of
Honorable
resources. For
Sompelo,
them.
your time has expired.
Thank you very much, sir.
Siyabonga. The Honorable Mtileni, you are next. Honorable Mtileni is protected.
Abshe. Natsemba Mpukile. Yeah. When one thoroughly analyzes the political landscape of this country and how its citizens, black in particular, have been treated since 1994, W.E.B. Du Bois' statement, and I quote, "A system cannot fail those it was never meant to protect," close quote, best explains our people's plight and government's unwillingness to deliver them to the promised land. We may have the best constitution in the world, but some best policies and our government sphere and how they ought to operate to best serve our people may be strategically aligned, but this is only in theory. The excruciating reality is that this government has no intention to emancipate our people, instill their dignity, or change their lives significantly. Over 350 years later, the majority of our people still remain at the margins of society as landless.
Honorable Mtileni, there is a, please take your seat a little bit. Honorable Wana. Is it a point of order?
I'll take I wanted to ask whether he can take a question.
Honorable Mtileni, would you take a question? He says he's not prepared. Thank you, ma'am. Please
Thank
continue, Honorable Mtileni.
I've got limited time, that's why I cannot take questions. Over 350 years later, the majority of our people still remain at the margins of society as landless, dispossessed, marginalized, poverty-stricken, unemployed, underemployed, or highly discriminated at the workplace with no productive future whatsoever. The government, led by the African National Congress, has dropped the Liberation Project and opted for being bodyguards of white supremacy. The very people who have fought the apartheid regime have taken power from white colonialists only to continue with the same apartheid administration and fight its own people, using the very same system they fought against. All state departments have failed black people, especially in rural areas and townships. Healthcare, education, transport, safety and security, access to economic opportunities, you name it. If one were to compare the quality of services and how government programs are implemented in rural areas and townships versus well-off communities, it will be like they were comparing two different countries. This is embarrassing. Government should be centered around this country's people. The thorough implementation of government policies and provision of basic services. Instead, central to South Africa's government is making ministerial handbooks for all their worth, institutionalized corruption, nepotism, and failure to account for anything. As the EFF, we are of the view that our parliament does not represent our people, nor does it prioritize our people's basic needs. We have witnessed the abuse, including the physical removal of people who do not agree with most of the decisions taken on behalf of our people, and people who have tried to hold Parliament accountable
to the country's constitution and its people from this parliament. It is not enough for us to merely take parliament to the people and for the government to pretend it cares for our people and it will improve their conditions when it will actually not. We reject the report on the basis that the whole concept of taking parliament to people is a farce and an attempt to raise our people's hope. Our parliament should prioritize our people's needs before it can be recognized as an institution that is capable of bringing about any significant change. Nakes,
Kensi. The Honorable, the MEC for Education, Gauteng, Ntateli Sufi.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Ministers and Deputy Ministers present, the MECs present, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. We'll never be free until the poor are free. The only way to liberate the poor from their shackles of poverty, it's mainly through education. Our commitment to education should not replace any desire to liberate our own people. Honorable Chairperson, our presence here today signifies a memorable reflection of the struggle waged by the June 16 generation that became a catalyst in the history of many struggles we fought by those generations. When we stand here to fight for a free and democratic South Africa, we must be reminded by those who sacrificed for us to be free and sacrificed their lives. As one marksman and the most daring and celebrated commander of Umkhonto weSizwe, Pani Molokwane, who once said, "If we must die, then we must die like soldiers. I will not die running away from the police. I will not die from being shot in the back. I will die in the battle until they shoot me in my forehead. The battle will continue. The area where such battle will occur will be raised by the bent bushes and grass." This was also followed by one committed cadre, Basil February, who said, "A guerrilla is one who fights to free his people from the bondage and enslavement. The prospect of death does not even arise in his mind, as his life will go on in the hearts of a nation that will remember him forever." I'm quoting this to reaffirm my surprise. Like any other society that denied to vote for apartheid, there is a new tendency that is developing that those that were in other political parties that were not established before 1994, today they are bold enough to deny that they even voted for the African National Congress. That this denial also made those that stand here, like Member Laboskachni, to come and dictate and lecture us on the constitution of this country and the relationship between provincial, national, and local government, forgetting that on that memorable day of the 8th of May 1996, when we adopted the same constitution that today is quoting, that we dragged them screaming, refusing to sign that constitution. That our commitment to defend this constitution does not mean that we'll abandon those that we believe need our defense, and that we go to these meetings like taking this institution to our people, not only to listen for the sake of listening, because we value their inputs and they remain dear to our hearts. We represent those that believe that our presence will ensure that they're shielded from poverty. We represent those that believe that when we visit them, they will be in a position to get consolation, because those that live with them on a daily basis have ignored their cries. And therefore, the recommendations that come from this House are recommendations that we accept, and we believe that we must not disappoint those that lied on us to respond to the issues that they've raised in the report. Let this report be a living document rather than a document that will be shelved and be suppressed. Remember, we represent those that want us to represent them. Their voice is our voice. Their pain is our pain. Their aspirations remain our aspirations. And as we meet here, we need to do so because there are some recommendations that we cannot ignore and sweep them under the floor. The cries of those that they believe that non-racialism is a dream, that are subjected to high level of racism in wherever they are, those particular people need our assistance. Remember, non-racialism is not a question of choice, but non-racialism is compulsory. Non-racialism is not negotiable. Those who oppose non-racialism must know one thing and one thing for all, that will impose non-racialism on them. We hate racism with passion, but we are indeed addicted to non-racialism. So our commitment to build a non-racial society should indeed be a reward to that community that indeed braved the cold weather, that rain, for them to raise those issues that they've raised with us. We want to assure you, as people that are coming from this province of Gauteng, that those that deny the movement and the issues that we have done to improve the lives of our people, they can do so on their own risk. Remember, those that said we will not have a Gautrain, as we celebrate the 5th year of this Gautrain, they've shifted their denial to a new denial. Those that said that we will never build some of the stadia that we have in this country, they've shifted their denial to another denial. Those that thought that when we committed ourselves to build RDP houses, we could not build this number of millions of RDP houses, they've shifted their denials to new denials. Those that never thought that those without water will get water today, they've shifted their denials to new denials. Those that never thought that 1 million children will be in a position to get free hot meal in every day in our schools, they've shifted their denials to new denials. We can quote many things that other people came here before me to deny that indeed our democracy was not a glorification of poverty, but was a triumph over poverty. We are proud, as this government and many other governments, that will continue to open the doors of learning for our children, so that those that never thought to will study in a university today, they can freely study in a university. That those that we never thought they'll be in a position to get quality education, to be doctors, to be nurses, to be engineers, and many other careers, that today they are proud to deal with these issues. So we want to commit ourselves as a province that we appreciate your report, we support the report, we urge you to implement the recommendation of this report, but we want to leave you in closing with this statement. Our people remain the tool that we cannot ignore. The glorification of poverty by those that believe when they shout slogans of poverty they'll be heroes, they must disappoint them. That one thing for sure, and that thing that will happen, is that quality education and quality life will happen in our lifetime. Thank you so much. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. KwaZulu-Natal, the Deputy Chief Whip, the Honorable Boyce.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, the Deputy Ministers present, special delegates, and the members of the NCOP, I greet you on behalf of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. We want to say from the onset that as the KwaZulu-Natal legislature, we still believe that the relevance of the NCOP as a tool and platform of displaying the provinces is relevant. And that part of our constitution that relates to the NCOP is one of the areas that are taking us forward in ensuring and deepening public participation. When we come here having been part of the delegation that was
at the Western Cape in the Eden District. We came here with high expectations, Madam Chair. We were highly expectant. Our expectations were based on the understanding that learning is continuous and any opportunity for such must never be frowned upon. As KwaZulu-Natal, our participation was also meant to sharpen our own oversight on the government programs that are currently being outrolled in the province, and then learn from there. Of course, not the least, we were also expecting to learn the unique clean governance that is said to be beyond any standard that South African citizens have seen in any other province except the Western Cape. Indeed, we were expecting to find the newspaper headlines that we read of alive in the people of the Eden District through quality service delivery for all. Expectations and reality remained two distinctive antitheses of our time in the Eden District. According to the presentations that we had, it became clear that clean governance, at least per their standards, is not necessarily what might be obtaining elsewhere in our country. Clean governance remains provision of services according to the party you voted for, at least in that particular area. This, Madam Chair, was evident in many ways, from allocation of funds by COGTA to the withdrawal thereof in some instances. The cases in point is the allocation given to Ghanaland Municipality for infrastructure versus that of George. Whilst we are aware that Ghanaland covers Kalidsdorp, Ladysmith, etc., which are predominantly poor rural areas with no necessary revenue basis and in dire need of infrastructural improvements, they were allocated a pittance of 30 million. And George, with its high revenue and everything else, were given 300 million. So we just wondered whatever percentage of that 300 million was going to address the infrastructural inequities in areas of Thembalethu. As KwaZulu-Natal, even before the launch of Operation Back to Basics, we had been able to deal expressly with issues that affect service delivery through Operation Sukumasake. Through war rooms at ward level, a platform to interact weekly with all government departments and escalate service delivery challenges is experienced from the ward level. Issues like the access to basic services like building of houses that accommodate the elderly and the people with disabilities do not have to wait for the NCOP to arrive, but can and are raised and attended to weekly at the war rooms. For instance, the government of KwaZulu-Natal has also taken through the executive the Operation Sukumasake by ensuring that on a monthly basis, they have a Operation Sukumasake in an identified district where all government departments will converge there and ensure that they address outstanding issues and people are able to interact with government directly and answers are provided by the members of the executive. Of course, that is what we call accountability and clean governance in KwaZulu-Natal. I am hopeful that if the Western Cape were to consider this concept, maybe, just maybe, some of the challenges of our people in this province were to be lessened. The ability that we hear lately in KwaZulu-Natal of the COGTA to come up with a strategy of dealing with water challenges in some of our municipalities is praised to be among the positives that we continue to derive from Operation Sukumasake. On the issue of human settlements allocation, the allegation that a 10 million that was allocated to Ghanaland Municipality and then was withdrawn by the provincial government of the Western Cape unilaterally. I think and we believe that the recommendation of the team should stand, but at least, Madam Chair, we must have time frames because people cannot wait forever. We want to say when you look at it from the eye of clean governance, it means that real and clean governance doesn't take long to figure when you are in that area that party politics were at play in the way that that municipality is being treated. If we are able to take from a poor municipality that is ready to deliver, but that is hindered by the province, you then ask yourself, what is expected to be the retaliation of the masses? Of course, we know that the aim is that the retaliation and the wrath of the masses must be directed to the local municipalities. And people like we have seen them doing during the stay in the week-long program, whereby you found people who would be giving responses that should have come a long, long time before, giving them there and saying we are responding to people, and you find that it's a matter that was raised long ago. So even at that time, we are aware that they might be trying to raise those issues. As they say, what was happening there was preparation for 2016. Maybe it was 2016 preparation was launched a long time ago for them in that particular district. Then, Honorable Chair, we are hopeful that the NCOP and the relevant government departments are going to assist to resolve the matter so that the people of Kanaland do not get betrayed for their choice, the choice that they have made of voting for the ANC in the 2011 local government elections. We are saying this cognizant of the views expressed by the Western Cape MEC for Human Settlement at the April 2015 Governing Mbeki Awards, where he suddenly, instead of addressing the Kalidsdorp matter, decided to call upon the national government to rethink provision of houses to the poor and vulnerable citizens, as he says it is not sustainable. Of course, we always have known that the ability of our national government to continue budgeting for social services in the midst of the current financial climate was never a liberal view, and it will never be supported from that area. Ours remain a mandate taken from the Congress of the People 60 years ago, when, I quote, we said there shall be houses, security, and comfort. All people shall be housed, slums shall be demolished, and new suburbs built. This is from the Freedom Charter, and I do not want to say I know what the Values Charter say about decent houses, because I do not. All I know is that the slums clearance in areas of KwaZulu-Natal like Umdoni, like Masinenge, like Konubia, is also part of that response to the Freedom Charter. We are saying to the people of the Western Cape, when we speak of the issues of education, can we also ensure that the transformation of the schooling system is given priority? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Morning, Chairperson. Thank you very much for this opportunity to address you on this very important visit that we did, taking Parliament to the people. Deputy Chairperson Tau said the NCOP's purpose is at the center of cooperative governance. MEC Capella said we should go anywhere and expose the truth. In both cases, I agree wholeheartedly. In this particular case, we failed. South Africa is a constitutionally democratic state, and therefore public participation plays a fundamental role in ensuring an open opportunity society for all. Embedding good governance and integrated service delivery requires oversight to make sure that government priorities are implemented, monitored, and redressed if need be. The objectives of taking Parliament to the people to Oudtshoorn from the 13th to 17th of April were exactly these two defining mantles of constitutional democracy: public participation and oversight. As the Chairperson, Honourable Modise, said in a comment in In Session magazine in April this year about this project, it gives the ordinary citizen the opportunity to engage their elected public representatives on issues affecting them. Although this objective was largely achieved in the oversight visits, and a good insight was gained as to how government institutions, NGOs, are performed on the ground, the same could not be said for the plenary sessions held in Bridgeton Sports Grounds in Oudtshoorn. From the outset, the planning stage of the Western Cape Legislature was concerned by the choice of Oudtshoorn. as the venue for this all-important annual event of the NCOP. Here was an illegitimate council with several court judgments against it being honoured by a national parliamentary event. That this was a political setup from the outset and folly and extreme was borne out by the fact that the office bearers like the mayor and the speaker and others were to be hosts and panelists on every session. Minister Papela is right. Failures must be addressed. And the last council meeting of that particular council, despite the visit by the Minister and the Deputy Minister of Cogta, plus Minister Bradell from province, they didn't even address the budget, which was the agreement at the meeting of last week. Only the strongest objections of Premier Zille and the Speaker against these ill-advised actions did the Eden District become the host, and any reference to the discredited office bearers shelved. It is an unfortunate fact, however, that the plenary still witnessed a seriously politically manipulated situation, in that thinly disguised ANC supporters were bussed in early, dominated the microphone, and witness after witness of unfiltered and unverified testimonies followed, invariably against the Western Cape-led DA government. Ironically, the public at this venue never interacted with the public representatives because they were kept well away from the public representatives by fences and incredible amounts of security. I personally witnessed any person wearing a blue cap or t-shirt, and there were many being turned away from entering the main tent. Only intervention at the highest security level saw this travesty stopped. Ironically, many of the witnesses could not differentiate between spheres of government, and criticism was indiscriminate. Chairperson, I think that we can all agree that the four overarching criticisms that emerged from this report were state dependency, request for funding, corruption, fraud and maladministration, and the lack of service delivery. Chairperson, because Oudtshoorn is a Western Cape municipality, to the layman it appears that it is created by the Western Cape government. The fact of the matter is that although the Western Cape is not a perfect province, it is by far, according to all the tests, whether it's the CSIR, the MPAT reports, or the Auditor General, streets ahead of any other province or set of municipalities in the Republic of South Africa. Those are facts that speak for themselves, unless you want to be confused by the facts.
Honorable Wiley, there is a point of order. Sir, order.
If the member would be able to take a question.
Honorable Wiley, are you prepared to take a question?
I don't have enough time, but thank you very much.
He doesn't want to. Thank you.
The link between these themes is actually quite simple and is attributed to one factor, the ANC national government. The decision to take Parliament to Oudtshoorn was flawed and a political ploy disguised as public participation and oversight. Chairperson, there's a sharp contrast between the DA and the ANC secures votes. What the DA does, the ANC secures votes through keeping masses dependent on the state, whereas the DA firmly believes in opportunity, fairness and freedom. And we witnessed throughout the week and documented in this report how dependent the public is on the state. But I wish to touch on a couple of other things, if I may, Chairperson. First of all, we went to Oudtshoorn, not once in our investigative capacity that we have at our disposal, did we interrogate Oudtshoorn municipality as to how a municipality that has defied the constitution of this country cannot be held to account. Nor did we go to the river in Oudtshoorn to see the sewage being pumped into it. Some speakers have already talked about the potholes in the streets and the other problems of Oudtshoorn. But nowhere did we actually hold the municipality to account, and we were in the town. We were in the town. There was another area that we completely failed to address. Because of the things that came out, they talked about in national incompetence issues, was the SAP's inadequacies and alleged corruption, and the lack of response, as one member has already alluded to. What the MEC from KwaZulu-Natal, what the MEC for Bapela said about the shortages, what he neglected to say is that of all those police shortages in the whole of South Africa, 60% of them are in the Western Cape. How is that possible? Yes, there are lots of police vehicles in the yards at the back of the police stations. There are no drivers to drive the vehicles. How is it possible that this could happen in the Republic of South Africa with equitable distribution of resources? Other things that were not raised, but it was raised in the one committee meeting. And that was with the police and that incredible scandal which has been not allowed to die. And that revolves about that potential insurrection by the South African National Defence Force at that once proud School of Infantry in Oudtshoorn. I'm a graduate of that institution. And I'm very proud of that institution. And yet, for over the last number of years, there's been scandal after scandal at that Defence Force institution. And yet, when a general officer broke open the armory, armed 120 troops with automatic assault rifles and ammunition, used military vehicles to surround a police station to liberate people soldiers who had been arrested in a shebeen, we never asked them to account. What happened to the saying that we must go wherever the truth needs to be sought? We never investigated that all, and we were in that town. And here we talk about the defense review just before this debate, and the failure of the defense review. We failed the defense force when we were into Oudtshoorn, and we never addressed this. It is the single greatest challenge to our constitution to have soldiers, armed soldiers, surrounding a police station and completely subverting law and order. And we failed to address it. How is it possible?
Honorable Wiley, there is a point of order. Honorable Makwe.
The camera can. Chair, I think that the Honorable Wiley must withdraw the remark that he's making because he's misleading the public. We do know that there has been members from this NCOP that visited that base in Oudtshoorn.
Order. Let us allow Honorable Wiley to continue. Indeed, there were members, but Honorable Wiley is debating, and I think the members who went there will be able to say. Please continue, Honorable Wiley.
Thank you, Chairperson. Similarly, the expense and extent of the pre-visits, the blue light escorts, and the obscene opulence at Bridgeton were both an eye-opener and an extravagance.
There is another member on the floor, Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Just to check if it is parliamentary that members of the same party directly contradict each other in their debate.
I will let that one go. Please continue, Honorable Wiley.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Western Cape Parliament and government officials for both their tolerance and willingness to make a success of this project. And comment has been made about how well the thing ran, this project ran. Much of it is to the credit of the officials of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament who helped, and they came out in numbers and with professionalism. Only once the national ANC government puts an end to the misappropriation of taxpayers' money, abuse of their authority, and unconstitutional demeanour can the Western Cape government be able to address the real issues that the people in this district have to face on a daily basis, so they can have lives of value. Till that day comes, the Western Cape government will continue to deliver to the people of Eden District as far as possibly can within our provincial competencies and financial limitations, and we have many, imposed by national government. And it was already spelled out by Minister Mayer at the plenary with regard to how much money we have pumped into that area. So I won't repeat it. But Speaker, Chairperson, in conclusion, I wish to say that the NCOP visits do not need to go this way. We, the provinces, can turn this country around by looking in the mirror, admitting our ideological folly, and I hear it continuously when I come to visit this house, where the Constitution is supplanted by the Freedom Charter as though it is the Constitution, and build a country based on our inherent skills, willingness to work, and our pride of place. We've done it in the past, and I wonder why we can't do it in the future. Who amongst you are prepared to stand up and say, enough of this is enough, and we need to build South Africa? When you came to the Western Cape, and you are most welcome to be here, and we want to demonstrate to you things that should make all South Africans proud. But when I hear speaker after speaker from provinces that are failed states in themselves, lecturing us against the facts of their own national reports, like CSIR, like MPAT, like the Auditor General, and they cannot see the wood in their own eyes.
Honorable Wiley.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, sir. The Honorable Dibia.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Ministers, MECs, Honorable Members. Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed. It's the first time in my political career that I hear it's a waste of money when you listen to the people of South Africa. And I was brought up to listen to people, especially people older than I. So, but let's carry on. The process of taking Parliament to the people starts with a task team. And then the first outside engagement is a pre-visit. And after a pre-visit, it's an actual gala week. And after that, there's follow-ups. So that is the process. And part of the process, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, and to the rest of South Africa is, those issues are being taken up in select committees. And the issue of municipalities' finances, the fiscal issues, will come to the Select Committee on Finance. The issue of budgets will go to the Select Committee of Appropriations. That is the process. But they don't say that to the people. Chairperson, the ANC has a responsibility to lead the entire society, including all the people in the Western Cape. South Africa comes first. Everyone. No matter how rich you are, or how poor you are, or what the color of your skin is, it belongs to everyone who lives in South Africa. We are accountable to the people. And what we actually expect also from the opposition is to be more creative, to be innovative, and to come up with solutions. Ja, ons moet iets doen. Die neem van die parlement na die mense is die vlagskipprojek van die Nasionale Raad van Provinsies. Jy kan nie demokrasie in monetêre terme meet nie. You can't do it. You can't. There's no place in the world where you can do it. Ja, ons het na die Eden District gegaan en na die mense geluister. Daar was goeie stories. Ons gee erkenning daaraan. Maar agbare voorsitter, daar is ook uitdagings as ons kom by onderwys, klinieke, polisiestasies, behuising, water, sanitasie, munisipale regering, ekonomiese ontwikkeling, landbou, grondhervorming en energie. We had an interview on the station RSG, the deputy chairperson and myself, for 45 minutes. After 9 o'clock for 30 minutes, we received 13 calls. What do you call that? It's engagement of Parliament with the people outside. Those issues, Honourable Chairperson, were attended to. One landed up in this house by Dr. Kotze, an issue on nature conservation. And it's referred to this the specific committee. What is that? That's not a failure. That's attending to the issues of the people outside. Voorsitter, ons mense soek toegang tot die ekonomie. Ons soek toegang tot landbou, grond vir landboudoeleindes. Daar's 'n nasionale program genoemd die Landelike Ontwikkelingsprogram. Hierdie provinsie moet deel word van daardie program. Dis nie 'n land binne 'n ander land nie. Ek glo dit sal 'n baie goeie ding wees, agbare voorsitter, as die polisie in Bezos hou in die Eden District, want hulle het geld in hulle begroting daarvoor. Issues raised that we heard are captured in the priorities set by the ANC-led government in the National Development Plan. The President announced a 9-point plan to boost economic growth and jobs. The estimates of national expenditure on the chairperson for the 2015-16 financial year is 1.35 trillion rands. The division of revenue referred more than 1.22 trillion rands to be divided between national, provincial and local spheres of government. These allocations come from the national government, national treasury, to provinces, including the Western Cape. National policy addressing the priorities set must be followed and implemented with the allocated funding from the national fiscus. The Western Cape provincial government received 38.242 billion rand as equitable share for the 2015-16 financial year, which is 2.6 billion more than the previous financial year. Conditional grants allocations totals 10.5 billion. Total transfers from the National Treasury to the Western Cape provincial government is 40.749 billion rand. National Treasury also allocated ring-fenced allocations to this province. 147 million rand for the comprehensive agriculture support grant. We think more can be done with that funding. 858.9 million rand for provincial road maintenance. NHI 7.2 million rand. For human settlements 1.9 billion rand. When you go to local government, the Western Cape, we find that municipalities received 3.5 billion rand as equitable share, conditional grants 3.548 billion rand. This is how the national government is financing and assisting the Western Cape. The public must, yes, go and read the budget review. It's in black and white. You received the document in front of your door the day the budget was tabled. But some of the members chuck it away. The point is the public must ask the question, what part of this money which is allocated comes to my town where I live in the municipal budget? And to what extent is the municipality's IDP addressing the needs in my community? IDPs have to have integrity. We agree on that. IDPs have to speak to the municipal budget and vice versa. It's the role of the councillor to go and explain the IDP to his ward and the people living in that ward and how the budget and the IDP gels. The MFMA is very clear about the role and the responsibility of mayors and municipal managers. The people come first. The Back to Basics program is implemented in all provinces, including in Oudtshoorn, and that process will roll out there under the capable leadership of the Minister of Cape Town. Agbare voorsitter, dis belangrik dat ons almal kontak moet hê met die mense in ons kiesafdelings, constituencies, PCOs, councillors, MPLs, work as a team. Why? To report to your people. What did I do in the first 6 months of 2015? We're going into a constituency period within a few days. Have report back meetings of all legislation you dealt with, including the issues in the Eden district. Kanaland has a shortage of water. 9 million rand will be allocated to drill more boreholes in the Kanaland area. This was announced during the week we were in the Eden district. Water supply must be seriously managed. Yes, we celebrate the success of the Chiba Educational School in Neisner in terms of its performance. The school needs a sustainable water supply. St. Paul's Primary School in George has a need for desks, chairs, and classrooms. Select Committee on Education will deal with that. Correctional Services in Oudtshoorn needs a teacher. The Honourable Prince already addressed that through the relevant procedural structures. But Chairperson, for the financial year 2014-15, the Western Cape underspent by 752.9 million rand, with 198 million rand underspending in social services, referring to education, health and social development. Under expenditure on transport, public works totaled 190 million. Chair, the Western Cape has a positive cash balance of 5.49 billion rand. Accruals of 61.9 million. Now, if you do that calculation, there's still a positive cash balance. Take that money as part of your provincial program and allocate it to the needs where the needs
Honourable
exist
Didier.
in communities.
Data frustrated.
Thank you, Chair.
The Honourable,
Thank you.
the Deputy Chairperson of Committees, Member Chair. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing properly.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Ministers present, Honorable MECs present, special delegates, ladies and gentlemen, receive the warm greetings from the people of Limpopo Province, the warm of peace. Abusheni, Dumelang, Dimacheloni, Goeiedag, and good day. It is a real honor and privilege for me to be granted this opportunity to make an input and participate in this important debate on the report on the recent Taking Parliament to the People program held in Oudtshoorn, Western Cape Province. Before I delve into the report, one needs to quote the Freedom Charter, as this is the year of the Charter as adopted at the Congress of the People in 1955. I quote, "The people shall govern," close quote. In contextualizing the people shall govern, it simply means that the people, the electorate that we so represent, should be the ones who inform government on what their needs are, not vice versa. And government should rise to occasion by satisfying those needs to better the lives of our people. Public participation is and should remain at the center stage of our governance processes. The Taking Parliament to the People program is a mechanism that breeds and encourages active citizenry, providing the voiceless and the downtrodden an opportunity to interact with the public representatives and those who are in government in a quest to ensure that their needs are properly articulated and addressed to improve their lives and the delivery of basic quality services. The program of Taking Parliament to the People is deepening democracy and allowing the public to hear firsthand what their government is doing. Honorable Chairperson, we have, during the Taking Parliament to the People program in Brighton Stadium, Oudtshoorn, seen what the Western Cape provincial government is doing too, and for our people, and have heard what our people on the ground are saying about the government and service delivery challenges that they are enduring on a daily basis. Honorable Chairperson, notwithstanding these challenges which were raised by our people in Oudtshoorn, Limpopo is also faced with similar challenges, shortages of water, sanitation problems, and issues of unemployment of our young people, drug and alcohol abuse. Let me hasten to say, Honorable Chairperson, that Limpopo provincial government, through its Limpopo Development Plan, is alive to addressing these challenges and to fast-track investment in infrastructure development, which will have huge spin-off in terms of job creation and job opportunities for our people. Honorable Chairperson, I am aware that housing is a very big issue in urban provinces, but Limpopo, being a rural province, does not have a serious housing problem. Our people are building their own houses. However, we urge our government to make the environment conducive for our people to continue to build their own houses by ensuring that they have sustainable jobs and that for those who deserve RDP houses are provided for by our government to restore their dignity despite their color or race as it is in the Western Cape. Tractors and land, this will ensure that there is food security. Honorable Chairperson, the lamentation of our people in the Western Cape cannot go unnoticed, since Western Cape is in South Africa. We have seen the little developments that the Western Cape government was doing for our people in Oates Warren, Canaland, George, Mossel Bay, to mention a few. We appeal to both national and Western Cape government to move with speed in resolving some of these challenges that we have seen during the oversight visit. It cannot be that our people would continue to be treated like foreigners in their own home country, as once said by the Premier of Western Cape. Honorable Chairperson, the people of Eden District are disparate for quality basic services. That's a fact and nothing else. Honorable Chairperson, I don't want to unravel feathers. My observation and what the people were saying during the public hearings is that there are still pockets and racism discrimination in the Western Cape, and we should all stand up against racism. Racism has no place in our democratic South Africa. We urge the provincial and local authority to put measures in place that will make it easy to report incidents and cases of racism. We have fought against it, and we cannot allow it to rear its ugly head anywhere in this country or in any institution of government. In conclusion, Madam Chairperson, having been a participant in the taking Parliament to the people, allow me to clearly indicate without reservation that that program was an overwhelming success, withstanding the absence of some members of cabinet and some members of the Western Cape government. They missed an opportunity to account directly to the people and to share with the people the plans that had been put in place to address these challenges relating to service delivery. The articulation of the aspirations and interests of the people. I support the report and hope that all the commitments and interventions strategies made by both national and the provincial governments during the program will be implemented to the latter. I thank you. God bless South Africa.
Thank you, ma'am. The Chairperson of Education, Sports, Culture and Recreation in Mpumalanga, the Honorable Madileng. Order.
Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Deputy Chairperson, Chairperson and honorable members of the committee, relevant members of the National Council of Provinces, ministers present here, deputy ministers, members of the executive councils from provinces. Unfortunately, DA might not be accommodated unless they now align themselves correctly. Distinguished guests, Towela. The greatest enemy of any individual or government is the know-all attitude and a holier-than-thou-art attitude, which has been displayed by the DA in Western Cape. Be warned, however, and therefore, never to fall into the ailment of a super race syndrome that was displayed by Adolf Hitler of Germany then. Mutompei, vanwe vatu vambambuno fedzi, musi
Honorable
voidela.
Madileng, there is a point of order. Please take your seat. Honorable van Lingen.
Chairperson, I understood from the honourable member that he was comparing the Western Cape to Adolf Hitler and that regime. I don't take kindly to that, and I ask that he withdraws.
Honorable van Lingen, I heard what the honorable member said. I want to look at Hansard, and I will rule on that matter.
Thank you, Chair.
Please continue. Honorable members, I will rule. I am presiding. Give me that space. Please proceed, Honorable Madileng.
Mutombe zwino ni kwamba Chivenda. Chipinga shote barasa sa kokoko. Honorable Mtileni must take this message well to the so-called CIC who outclasses the dictators and fascists of the kind of Benito Mussolini, Adolf Hitler, Idi Amin, just to mention but a few. Rina bele ka ANC re sa koropa le go suela matlakala a bona. Mohlomphegi mohlomong ICC swanetse go tla mo khitle ba tšie ka gore ditsela le maporogo a le ba go aga ko Limpopo a sa bolaya batho letšatši ka letšatši. They must pay back the money that they stole, and not only stole but owed to the poor people of Limpopo. They must look at themselves and tell the nation and the world how corrupt and very corrupt they are. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Mtileni must go and read Psalm 37 verse 1 to 8. Just in case he cannot read because of time, it says, just to give a synopsis, refrain from anger and turn from wrath. Do not fret. It leads only to evil. Honorable Chairperson, the program of taking Parliament to the people of Ozoren in Eden District Municipality of the Western Cape Province on the 13th to the 17th of April, it's a progressive, interactive, consultative, transparent activity that aligns itself with the people shall govern posture as enshrined in the Freedom Charter. It is therefore not surprising that the DA should develop rash on their skin when the truth about our people's plight is being given attention to. It is their nature that it is what the DA stands for, negativity and opposition, programmed to oppose everything and anything.
There is a point of order. Please take your seat. Honorable van Lingen.
Chairperson, I don't think it's parliamentary, and I would like you to rule on it to say the DA has got a rash and a rash on its skin. I think it is certainly not parliamentary, and if he has a rash, he mustn't broadcast it in the House.
Order, members. It is a figure of speech, ma'am. I will allow it.
Then I must call him a puppet.
Honorable van Lingen, I will allow it. The honorable member may be speaking and in English and thinking in vernacular. When he refers to the DA developing rash on the skin, die goosebumps that he is referring to. Honorable Madileng, it might be prudent not to refer to rash on a party skin. Please continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Semantically, that has been proverbial. However, if I have to withdraw it per your instruction with due respect. Honorable Chair, I honestly feel pity for the PDI.
Honorable Madileng, take your seat. Honorable Smith.
Honorable Chairperson, I am standing on a point of order. The honorable member is now sitting, but before, when you asked him to sit down, he did not adhere to that, and I'm just asking that he please adhere to that.
Thank you, Honorable Smith. Honorable Madileng, please take instructions from the chair. Can you please proceed?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I feel so pity for the PDI, previously disadvantaged individual, which came out with a result at the conference held at Port Elizabeth. En Afrikaans ons sê, die mense het die vlees geëet en daarna die vet beentjie aan die arme leier gegee. Hy is druk besig om die been te probeer versier. Ongelukkig dit is onmoontlik om die been weer te versier, om die vlees terug na die been te sit. Honorable Chair, DA must wake up from their deep sleep. Must wake up. We will tell the truth and shame the devil. The poor young man must wake up from his deep sleep himself. Honorable Chairperson, the popular participation of the people in the process of development, and with special focus on the poor and the marginalized.
Honorable Madilang, your seat, please. Honorable Smith.
Honorable Chairperson, I'm standing on a point of clarity. I would like to know the young man that must wake up to whom the honorable member is referring to. If he's referring to myself that made a comment earlier that he withdraw.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Madilang. We don't know who you were referring to, I think the whole House. Maybe you want to clarify and continue with your speech.
Honorable Chairperson, I was not referring to the honorable member who raised a concern. Honorable Chairperson, as the ANC-led government, we seek to mobilize and unite all South Africans around this common vision of building a South Africa that belongs to all who live in it.
Honorable
where people on the
Madilang, take your
ground
seat.
are
Take your
listened
seat,
to.
sir. A point of order, Honorable Mlambo.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson. I've just overheard Honorable Van Dingen saying, I'll call you a Bobeyan.
Order, members. Honorable Van Lingen.
Honorable Chairperson, the honorable member at the podium made a certain statement, and then he withdrew by saying he was not referring to the member who raised the objection. And I said, this member is playing with political words like Langenhoven did when he said half of the House won't be baboons, inferring that the other half are baboons.
Order, members. I only heard the word Bobayane. Nie, latek, I did not hear the whole sentence, and therefore only got the word Bobayane. I am sure that we will not get that on Hansard because that mic was not on. What we must do as honorable members is to take that honorable member at her word to say that she was quoting Langehoven. The honorable member did not withdraw. When he was asked by the Honorable Smith whether he was referring to him, he said, I did not withdraw to him. So he did not withdraw. He just did not tell us who he was withdrawing. He just did not tell us who he was referring to, but he did not make any withdrawal. Honorable members, it does make it a little bit difficult if honorable members, one, do not behave as though all of us are people of integrity and we are honorable. It should be enough for honorable members to explain themselves. We are all adults. We shouldn't be scared to say this is what I meant. And that is why I am going to say we must take that the honorable member was really citing a quotation of Langenhoven and leave it at that. Any other explanation would mean that we are now getting beyond the depth that we want to drag this House into. Therefore, we're going to continue with this debate in the sense that we are all honorable, we are all people of integrity. Above all, we respect this institute. Honorable Madilang.
Laughter is the best medicine. Honorable Chairperson, we are guided by the Freedom Charter that has been adopted at Kliptown in 1955, which says the following amongst others, and I quote, open quote, all people be entitled to take part in the administration of the country, and the rights of the people shall be the same, regardless of race, color, and sex. The program of taking parliament to the people is one of the fundamental values that directly involve people of South Africa, and to the governing of this parliament and to the government of this parliament continuously making their voices to be heard, together making service delivery work for our people. We as in Mpumalanga, the place of the rising sun, where when the sun rises, we fold our sleeves and work very hard. We support this report and will stand by this report. The former president of the country, Tata Nelson Mandela, said the following: the great lessons of our time is that no regime can survive if it acts upon the heads of the ordinary citizens of the country, close quote. It is therefore only through unity of purpose that we shall enable South Africans to become more active in our own development. Honorable Chairperson, amongst other things that were picked up at Woodstoren, were the ordinary and the obvious challenges that are eminent in all the provinces of our country, including the Western Cape. The issues of water, electricity challenges, the issue of overpopulation, overcrowded classrooms, and the issue of under-resource in terms of human capital and human resources, the issues of housing, but most importantly, Chairperson, the challenge of the former skewed spatial planning of apartheid is still prevalent in the Western Cape. Colonialism, the scourge of colonialism, the scars of colonialism and apartheid are still there. And now, what is more surprising and saddening is when the people stand up to defend, when we say, let's come
Honorable
together
Madile.
and put our heads together.
Honorable
Together.
Madile, your seat, please. Honorable Van Lingen.
Honorable Chairperson, this honorable member is misleading the House. The Western Cape, and specifically Cape Town, is the only city in the country where they specifically address racism openly, publicly, and through all resources. This member cannot label this area for racism. If he wants to be a racist, he must speak for himself.
Honorable Van Lingen, that was not a point of order, and therefore I'm ruling you out. Honorable Madile, please continue.
Honorable Chairperson, in English, the truth, speak the truth, unreservedly so, and it shall set you free. The truth shall always prevail. No amount of lies can detract people from knowing the truth. One day is one day, and the 13th to the 17th of April were the days that the truth was revealed. Honorable Chairperson, the observations and findings are showing that whilst we want the positive signs in terms of finding out and recommending what should be done, as the ANC-led government, we are at work and we will continue leading. Siyasebenza, siyaqhuba. We have made progress in the first 21 years of democracy in eradicating the legacy of more than 360 years of colonialism and apartheid. We will always speak about these things until we reach the 360 years mark. Until that time, people must brace themselves, fasten the seat belt for Bambelela Siyajika. The ANC will always find resonance to the people of South Africa as a tried and tested organization. And in its January 8th statement of 2014, the following was said: the ANC will renew our people's contract with the nation, and all activities and all activists must be at the forefront of sharing the good story of South Africa's progress with our people. This ANC has the experience and drive to move our country forward, and our members must spread our pledge to all corners of this country. Honorable Chairperson, in conclusion, I want to remind the House, Honorable Chairperson, that it was only the Van der Heijsdezen who stayed in Fontainebleau farm, who got 10 kilometers of Eskom electricity. This ANC government turned the tide around and even gave to the RDP houses, the people in the poor rural areas and the townships. Today they blame us for water. Honorable Chairperson, they created Pinas Refir Dam. They created
Waterfall Boven near, they created Wheatbank Dam. They created Rodeplat Dam. I can go on and on and on. They never created Skelpatfontein Dam. They never created Stelfontein Dam. They never created Kafferfontein Dam. Because these were the names given to the reservoirs and cheap labor, to the then demagogues. But now the time has come that we give water to everybody in South Africa, that we give electricity to everybody, and now it cannot cover because we are a government at work. Midupi, Kusile. We are getting there to ensure that everybody in this country gets electricity.
Honorable Madile, I'm afraid your time has expired, sir.
Thobela ke a leboga.
The Honorable Order. The Honorable Kaula.
Honorable Chairperson, the Honorable Deputy Ministers, the Inkatha Freedom Party is not going to be caught up in between in this ANC-DA battle. And the service delivery issues of South Africa are not about ANC-DA, they are about the people of South Africa. And that is what the IFP is going to do here. For the pre-visits of taking Parliament to the people, I was in the delegation that went to Kanaland municipality led by the Honorable Nyambi, the House Chairperson. Noticeably, the mayor and the municipal manager had both disappeared from all the days that we were there in Kanaland. Councillor Philip Anthony, the deputy mayor, was with us all the time. Kanaland has a total of 7 councillors, 4 ward councillors and 3 PR councillors. It is governed by a coalition led by a local organization. The community organization Oasis is doing a good job and a commendable service to the people of Van Wyksdorp. They are running a community project which includes the crèche at the community hall, the aftercare, feeding scheme, and the sewing project. Most of these are funded by the Provincial Department of Social Development. There is also a small library, but it is funded by the municipality. The community center in which they are operating is not maintained by Public Works. This remains a gray area which needs to be attended to, Honorable Deputy Ministers. There are 2 MIC-funded projects in town, the bucket system eradication and the installation of the waterborne toilet system to the tune of 5 million rand, the paving of roads to the tune of 2 million rands. We visited a school, Van Wyksdorp Primary School, which is doing very well. We visited a sports field funded to the tune of 1.7 million, not very convincing. We need a follow-up on that one, on the poor workmanship in that field. There is a huge challenge of water crisis in Kanaland. There is one dam which dries up in winter. When the dam dries up, the municipality purchases water from local farm owners at a cost of about 1 million rand per month. This happens every year. The Department of Water and Sanitation, honorable ministers, need to attend to this situation as it is something that happens every dry season in that municipality. The electricity system of the town still belongs to Eskom, and the complaint is that Eskom takes long to attend to repairs, and the municipality is forbidden from attending to whatever repairs. There is a housing backlog, thus there is a need for the Department of Housing to provide people there with government low-cost housing. We also visited the local police station. There was a complaint that our police station is not open every day. We visited the water reticulation funded to the tune of 12 million rand through MIC, the Kalstop water to the tune of 1 million rand, and they're also working on the relocation of the Ladysmith Dam to the tune of 2.5 million. The Zoa water reticulation to 471,000. We visited Alan Bright Hospital, very well looked after. It is a model hospital. It's an old hospital, very focused management, doing very well. TLTP observations, it went well. Cooperation with the provincial legislature was satisfactory. Cooperation with the district. The challenges, We need to commend the NCOP Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Tao, who was standing in for the chair. His conflict resolution skill was commendable. There was lack of full attendance by the executive. Some executive members came with an intention of politicizing the occasion. The burning issues, Zoali spoke a lot about the issues of governance. Also, the people of the district needed to have benefited from all the services that we took to the area. And in conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, there were issues raised, but what the IFP is suggesting is that there must be a post-TLTTP process to establish if the issues raised are getting the necessary attention. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Janji.
Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Ministers and MECs present, honorable members, I rise to firmly make the assertion that the NCOP brought much needed hope to the people of the Eden District. Despite the frustrations, despair, and anger at the denial of basic services characterizing most of the interactions, we concluded the week with so much hope pinned on the leadership demonstrated by the NCOP. We dare fail them. Ordinary people articulated how the Western Cape government impact on their lives, the state of local government in delivering basic services to citizens was the focus of many who took the mic to raise their concerns, whether it was water, sanitation, electricity, and affordability of those services. Whereas the acting premier painted a picture of good governance and delivery, engagements from the floor demonstrated the disconnection with that assertion. We were there, we all saw. They told us in no uncertain terms that the hele realiteit en huidige situasie is sleg en onaanvaarbaar. The huge contrast were there for all to see. Despite the fact that the Western Cape and Eden boast good performance in the following sectors of manufacturing, fishing, construction, catering, retail, accommodation, transport, and I might add to what the Honorable Deputy Chairperson said about the transport and the cost, that if you stay in Khayelitsha in this city of Cape Town, out of every 100 rands that you have, 60 rands of that goes to transport. You have to deal with the 40 rand for everything else. This is the best run province. It's happening here. Now we're talking facts. It's not hot air. And further, despite the fact that it has 20% unemployment rate and 53% absorption rate and 68% labor force participation rate, all of these rosy picture issues do not impact on the daily lives and living conditions of poor people in Eden and the Western Cape. You have a government that is not serving its people, the very vulnerable, poor working class. It remains an enclave of the privileged few. And that's exactly what Member Wiley was speaking on behalf, that privileged few. How else do you explain this contrast? The incumbent DA government in the Western Cape has inherited a province with serious capacity, skills, and many of the above performing sectors. Unlike the Eastern Cape, Limpopo, KZN, Free State, Mpumalanga, who all inherited homelands created by apartheid and had to take 20 years to fix that mess of homelands. The Western Cape had none of that. Therefore, no one must create an impression that the strengths the Western Cape have are as a result of the DA. In fact, the DA is failing to translate that strength to benefit its ordinary citizens. If you doubt that, let me remind you of the issues raised at the NCOP when we took Parliament to the people in Eden. They told us very clear that poverty is rising in many parts of that area, that issues of inequality are daily occurrences, joblessness, rising indebtedness of households who cannot even afford to pay municipal services. When everybody told them about the fact that Eden is a tourist mecca, they said the tourism in this area benefit the elite, not us. That's what they said in front of all of us. It is in this best run province, the Western Cape. There is no integration of communities and services. We were told of two types of services. That in poor areas, you have no services, traffic lights would not work, drains will be left blocking, but when you go across the other area, there are better services. They told us of houses promises that were never fulfilled since 2009. In fact, the MEC for Human Settlements was told on the floor that when you take an undertaking, you did this before, you never came back. So Deputy Minister Zokota Fredericks, the MEC was told at that gathering that you said you were coming back, was still waiting for you. So whatever undertaking they do, there's a question mark on those. The key observation to be made out of the visit, amongst other things, has to be the following. The Back to Basics program introduced by COCTA remains the best. That is bias here, I can't understand. That is bias here.
Honorable Janji, just address me. Continue.
Apology, Chair. The Back to Basic program introduced by COCTA remains the best viable, sustainable solution in ensuring functional municipalities and thereby improving people's lives. There is no correlation between the clean audits received by the majority of the Western Cape municipalities and service delivery. Let me unpack this for you. In the Eden district, out of 6 municipalities, 5 of them received clean audits. As we were there, we heard about protest. We heard about poor revenue. We heard about rising debt of household. We heard about sanitation problems. And yet, the very same municipalities have got clean audit. What it means is that they are only good in bookkeeping. The clean audit is not translated in improving people's lives. And therefore, there is no reason why we should appreciate and recognize a fish for being in the water. A fish belongs in the water. Clean audit is about basic services. All municipalities have got to do that, whether it's run by the ANC or the DA. There is no amount of PR exercise that will change and improve the living conditions of ordinary people. The acting Premier, MEC Ivan Meyer, was made to eat humble pie. When he came back at the conclusion of the week-long session to admit that having attended to a complaint raised from the floor, he came to the same conclusion with the complainant about the nature of the problem. He told us at the ONCOP that after going and listening to that, I now agree that we have a problem, having painted a rosy picture before. So even before 5 days, he had to change his mindset. In terms of the post-NCOP visit process, Honorable Chair, and I'm worried that Member Wiley did not make that point, there are already good signs to ensure that the momentum created by the NCOP is not lost. We want to appreciate and thank COCTA for following up after the visit of NCOP and visiting Oudtshoorn, even if it meant they dragged the MEC to go to Oudtshoorn. He was not there before that. Member Wiley is asking why you did not go and speak to Oudtshoorn. The Standing Committee of Local Government in the Western Cape played an oversight role, and we went there. It is not the role of the NCOP to have done that. 2 weeks ago, members of the legislature undertook a cluster follow-up visit to George.
Just don't drown out the speaker, please. Continue, Ndadejant.
It's not nice.
Continue.
2 weeks ago, members of the legislature undertook a cluster follow-up visit to George, Mossel Bay and Hesekwa to ensure that we don't lose that momentum. We visited those areas following up on some of the issues that were raised, whether it's housing issues, it's water, and so on. For the Western Cape government, I think they will benefit a lot if they were to listen from what Mwalimu Julius Nyerere used to say. The former president of Tanzania used to say, people are not asking you to build them houses today, to fix everything today. All they are asking you is demonstrate visibly and concretely that you're taking us serious. You failed to do that. Oatswan, the NCOP week showed that you're failing dismally on that.
Honorable Jangchi.
Secondly, Chair,
please conclude.
As I conclude, whereas the DA will go around and complain about the bloated cabinet in the country, I want to make the point that the Western Cape Premier's office
Your time has expired.
is the biggest amongst all the 9 provinces, and yet they are not making that point.
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired. Honorable, the representative of Salga, Councillor Kwali, or Kwali, I'm not sure, sir. Kwali. Thank you, sir.
Honourable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honourable Deputy Chairperson, Honourable Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members, Salga is pleased to have participated in this year taking Parliament to the people in the Western Cape. We support initiatives such as this in order to encourage participatory democracy through enhanced participation. We strongly believe that functional, collaborative partnerships between all spheres of government are essential to improving service delivery. As the constitutional structure where the 3 spheres of government meet, the NCOP plays a role in the promotion of principles of cooperative government and intergovernmental relations. It is mandated to ensure that the different spheres of government work together in performing their unique functions in terms of the Constitution, and that in doing so, they do not encroach on each other's areas of competence. But there are many challenges facing local government. The NCOP, in cooperation with Salga, can play a significant part in addressing some of the more fundamental issues impacting service delivery. It is important to find the right balance between compliance and service delivery. Excessive legislation, regulation, and reporting requirements are having a negative impact on municipalities. Another serious issue is that of unfunded and underfunded mandates, which was raised by our members in our national working groups and which are subcommittees of the NEC of Salga. It was also raised in the Budget Forum and with the Minister of Kochta at the Western Cape Premier's Coordinating Forum last year, where he requested a business case to be submitted. Success in delivering basic services at local level is impacted by the effectiveness of coordination and the participation of all major role players, but it is also dependent on adequate financing. While acknowledging the difficulties in balancing the national budget, Salga is of the view that local government, as the sphere closest to the people and providing a direct link in the service delivery chain, is not receiving a sufficient portion of the equitable share funding. The review of powers and functions must also be addressed. For example, the assignment of the housing function, or more specifically, the decision to withhold the assignment of the housing function, and the control of electricity distribution within municipal boundaries should be reviewed. Indeed, it is an appropriate time to reconsider the very structure of local government, an exercise in which the NCOP could play an important role. In engaging communities, we say, firstly, we applaud the initiative of bringing all three spheres of government under one roof to engage the communities. The physical arrangements for this program were impressive, as was the number of community members who came in their droves and filled the giant marquee. Their enthusiasm was clearly evident, with some starting their journey as early as 4 a.m., all in the hope that their issues would receive attention. Regrettably, this only happened to a limited degree. We believe that the methodology for hearing their concerns needs a serious rethink and revision. We are encouraged in this regard by the NCOP Deputy Chair, Honourable Tal, statement made at the strategic planning session of the NCOP in August 2014, that going forward, it was important to reconsider the form and content of taking Parliament to the people. In particular, we suggest that a more effective method needs to be found for issues to be raised and prioritised by communities. For example, rather than requiring individuals to line up in a queue to speak, there should be breakaway sessions on the range of topics where issues can be identified and prioritised and then presented to the plenary. Secondly, the absence of several ministers was disappointing, as it reduces interaction with the communities and limits the success of the program. Ministerial presence would have provided access to people from a wide range of areas that would otherwise not have had the opportunity to directly interact with the House of Parliament. It is therefore vital for the NCOP to ensure that all relevant ministers are available to respond to service delivery issues raised by citizens in these public hearings. Nonetheless, a number of key issues emerged from the engagements with the residents of the Eden District Municipality. Access to services, poor quality of service delivery, housing were issues raised repeatedly by members of the public attending the hearings. There were further specific issues which included lack of access to land, lack of housing, delay and allegation of corruption in allocating RDP houses to beneficiaries on waiting lists, particularly the elderly, poor quality of RDP houses, lack of access to electricity in some areas of the municipality, especially the poor farming areas, lack of access to water and water shortages in some areas, lack of sanitation, racism and discrimination, lack of scholar transport in areas such as Silvertown and Timberletu, need for gas and solar energy, and the need to empower including black residents in farming activities such as the lucrative ostrich farming. The NCOP must ensure that the executive carries out all the undertakings and commitments it made in response to some of the key service delivery issues raised above. A clear follow-up to track and assess progress in addressing the key service delivery issues identified is necessary. In conclusion, Honourable Chair, let us acknowledge but not be overcome by the challenges that remain. Honourable Chairperson, this event proved once more that the NCOP is the appropriate vehicle for the achievement of participatory democracy and cooperative governance. SALGA has been an active part of the NCOP family for some time now, and we remain committed to working with it and our other partners to find sustainable and satisfactory solutions.
Thank you. The Honourable Khayla.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members. In order for the local sphere of government to respond to the critical socio-economic challenges confronting the ordinary citizens, all spheres of government, departments and public entities, including the private sector, must pull together. Fragmented planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation continues to be a troubling matter in the fight against hunger, poverty, unemployment, crime, and inequality. An integrated approach to the challenge confronting the people remains the only hope. Over the last 15 years of democratic local government, we have seen all, and we can now confirm that the only way to go is collectiveness. Human settlement has many other role players that need to be part of the all processes, from identification of land, rezoning, underground infrastructure, water and sanitation, recreation and education, and even before we talk, putting up the top structure. We are busy as a NSOP approving various department policy positions, some of which introduce new methods of doing things, like less water sanitation option. This means before the Department of Human Settlement put up the top structure, a detailed planning between these departments is a primary requirement. As we approach this election towards the fourth term of democratic local government, the Department of Corporate Governance should facilitate a debated relevant stakeholders to dialogue as to what at the practical experience of the daily contact between people and local leaders. This must include the extent of which people are able to make meaningful contribution to determine their priorities during IDP public participation. As a UDM, it is our strong view that these processes do not maximize direct participation of the people and must be reviewed as part of the experience of democratic local government since its inception in 2000. It cannot be business as usual when people remain on the street seeking food, shelter, many other amenities. It cannot be business as usual when it proves beyond doubt and reason perhaps that our socio-economic infrastructure is in a state of constant decay in towns, small or big. It cannot be business as usual when more and more young people are involved in drugs, crime-related social ills. We firmly suggest that true evaluation of more democratic local government, sphere of government, empowering communities in order to participate in their own development, empowering people to run their own home-based gardens to feed themselves, creating opportunities for local-based trainings, development of young people through training and others. Finally, Chairperson, we thank you for giving us this opportunity, but it is very important that we know that South Africa is not a federal state, and that the people are more important than us fighting the DA and the ANC fighting. It is about the people down there who are suffering. In all these provinces, it's the same problem. It's not only in the Western Cape. You go to Natal, you go to Gauteng, it's potholes, bayahlupeka abantu. It is then the duty of the national government to lead. The national government must lead and deal and speak with the provincial government so that they can assist the people. It's about the people, not about you fighting here. The DA is in control of Western Cape, respect that. Nationally, the ANC government is in power, respect that. Let us respect each other and be concerned about the people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Van Lingen.
Honorable Chairperson, I had my first baptism of fire in the Sekhukhune District Municipality in midsummer in 2009. The municipal buildings were in a shocking state. The entire event of taking Parliament to the people went through places, schools, clinics, all public buildings really, really needing repair and maintenance and support. We sped through potholed roads at high speeds. I can remember Honorable Alf Lees jumped out one morning and said he's not traveling any further and they had to send another vehicle for him. But the state of that province is really bad. And I would like to ask this honorable member of Limpopo, Mateo, why...
Honorable Van Lingen, there is a point of order. Please take your seat. Honorable Madileng.
Honorable Chairperson, I want to find out if the honorable member is ready to take a question.
Honorable Van Lingen, are you prepared to take a question?
Honorable Chairperson, no, not now.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed, Honorable Van Lingen.
But I propose that this honorable member chairperson first fixes Mahalokwena, Mochopong, Tabazimbi, and Bela Bela municipalities before they come and bark at the Eden municipality. You know, the Bible says you must take the thorn out of your own eye before you can see the needle in somebody else's. So, let's just stick to basics.
Honorable Van Lingen, there is a point of order. Yes, sir.
Is it parliamentary to say that members are backing in this house?
Thank you, sir. Honorable Van Lingen, you also know it is not parliamentary. Please withdraw.
Chairperson, I would like to inquire from you that Honorable Nyambi the other day said you don't, a dog doesn't bark at a stationary tractor or vehicle. Now his dogs can bark and my members can't bark. No, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Van Lingen,
withdraw, I will withdraw.
Withdraw because
I do, Honorable Chair.
Withdraw because the...
I did say I'm withdrawing, Chairperson.
Thank you.
The barking part.
The barking part.
Honorable Chairperson, I just want to say to the Honorable...
Honorable Nyambi, is that a point of order?
Chair.
Honorable Van Lingen, take your seat. Honorable Nyambi, what is your point of order?
As I'm very close to Honorable Smith, I was checking, Chair, whether it's in order for Honorable Van Lingen to continuously disregard when you are requesting her to take a seat.
Thank you, Honorable Nyambi. The point is taken. Honorable Van Lingen, please continue.
And Chairperson, this is going to be a very difficult conversation. So what I would like to do is put my proposal on the table first.
Please.
I have done quite a large number of parliaments to the people. And my proposal is that we, as members of the NCOP, go to our provinces and attend the legislate to the people with our provinces, and then bring those issues back here to a national level. And I think thereby we will be closer to our national mandate and our constitutional mandate than what is being considered here. I would like to also say that Honorable Yankee, that refers to tourism is for the elite. Tourism creates 6 out of the 10 jobs in that area. The Kango Caves actually need repair and funding and sufficient management in that area. It is also the Honorable Minister Gigaba's violent visa regulations costing South Africa a vast number of tourists, and I can tell you the Eastern Cape tourism numbers have really badly dropped. If we look at 2007, 6.2 million.
Honorable Van Lingen, please take your seat. Is it a point of order, ma'am?
Yes, Chairperson, it's on a point of order. Honorable Van Lingen is misleading the House by calling visa regulations violent. There's nothing violent in the regulations.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Van Lingen.
Chairperson, I withdraw. I would like to replace it with aggressive and damaging to South Africa.
Please continue, ma'am.
I would also like to say to the Minister of Housing, who had a statement here, that we find that we agree with her, and a large number of houses have been built in South Africa since 1994, for which we are grateful. The figure that we have in a question reply amounts to 3.6 million. But the problem is only 1.44 million had been issued with title deeds, and I think the Minister must help us on that. And if the Minister thinks that the housing situation is bad in the Eden district, then I invite the Minister to come and visit us in Kouga and Kaukama municipalities so that I can show the Minister what it looks like there. Honorable Deputy Minister Bapela talks about political and administrative instability or stability that's lacking. I would like to tell the Deputy Minister that the administrative instability normally follows the political instability. And that is why Oudtshoorn is where it is, because the ANC does not have the capacity to sort out their own political issues, and they allow 4 people to hijack a whole municipality. When it comes to Honorable Lesoufi, I would like to offer him a copy of Honorable Labeskagni's speech so that he can read it and get all the clauses. We cannot allow members from provinces to come and tell us what our constitutional mandate is in the House. Then, Honorable De Beer, you say all the issues raised in Oudtshoorn and at Parliament to the people will be coming to our committees. I can tell you, you know very well that nothing has come to the Finance or Appropriations Committee. I've checked with my colleagues in the other committees and nothing has been tabled in front of the NCOP select committees. So I think that when you always refer to the Western Cape as a country within a country, it hurts. It hurts. Because you are going to be so sorry, because one of these days Gauteng is going to be a country within a country. And not long after that,
you are rounding up.
I am rounding up, Chairperson. The ANC is in full panic mode because we're going to win the Northern Cape as well, and that's another country within the country. I thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Honourable members, Honourable van Lingen, it is within the provincial special delegates, any other province, to reflect on the health of any part of South Africa. So the Honourable Yusufi was within his right to speak about any other part of governance and governance issues in South Africa. Thank you very much. No, you can't respond. Take your seat. You cannot respond, take your seat. Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Deputy Ministers in our midst, the House. I don't want to waste my time, all protocol observed. Honorable Chair, just want to say I'm so disappointed. So disappointed. I had thought that the DA will use this opportunity to respond to the people of Eden District on
Order,
the
members.
issues.
That excitement there. Honorable Dlamini, take your seat a bit. Honorable Nyembi.
I was dealing with the issue of Honorable Mtileni, Chair. I'm aware that without the permission of Honorable Dlamini, he decided to get to the house, take the jacket of Honorable Dlamini and wear it. Is that parliamentary or in order? And where's because...
Thank you, Honorable Nyembi. You know that there is no rule in the rule book that says a member cannot touch another member's clothing. But Honorable Mtileni, it would be just a common courtesy to ask for the permission, even if you admire the coat. Thank you very much. Honorable Dlamini, please continue.
He likes my perfume. I had thought, Honorable Chair, that the Democratic Alliance was going to use this opportunity to respond on the issues that were raised by people of Eden District, because it was good to do so. It is also important that you read that report and look at the responses of your so-called ministers, how they responded on these issues. Honorable Chair, I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to allow me to debate on this important debate of taking Parliament to the people.
Honorable Dlamini, There is a point of order. Honorable Mtiliani, please take your seat, ma'am.
Is it parliamentary for the honorable member to refer to honorable members as the so-called? Is it parliamentary?
Honorable members, I suspect your sugar levels are a little bit low. It is not unparliamentary, Honorable Mtiliani. Honorable Dlamini, continue.
To debate on this important subject, taking Parliament to the people, a subject that is very close to the heart of the African National Congress, the people, especially the poor, vulnerable, marginalized, and the oppressed. Honorable Chair, I want to say to Honorable Lapskahan, you are right. It is a program of the ANC of going to the people. It was not decided today. It was decided 103 years ago when the ANC was formed. It was formed in 1912 just to give you a lecture, to unite the African and spearhead the struggle for fundamental political, social, economic change, EFF. In 2012, we were talking about economic change by then. The ANC's key objective is the creation of a united, non-racial, non-sexist, and a democratic society. Therefore, you can only do that when you go to the people. I'm also surprised that Honorable Lingen is saying she has been attending this, taking Parliament to the people for so many years. It's mentioning 2009. But the manner in which they are responding to the taking Parliament to the people to Western Cape, it's like the heaven is going to come down. Honorable Chair, you don't know how much I wanted to believe the
There is a
DA.
point of order, ma'am. Please take your seat. Honorable Father.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say that Honorable Dlamini looks beautiful in the dress, but just asking if she would take a question from me while she looks in such good condition.
Honorable Dlamini, are you prepared to take a question from Honorable Father?
At Akasha, when we're meeting as a residence committee.
Please continue.
Honorable, I'd like to still know, is she going to take a question? That's not
She
really-
said no, sir.
Not today. Thank you. Maybe tomorrow.
Please continue, Honorable Dlamini.
Honorable
Order.
Chair.
Please continue, Honorable
Honorable
Dlamini.
Chair, you don't know how much I wanted to believe what has been said by the DA in this house since I came here about the good work that they are doing in the Western Cape for the sake of our people. Even those who are not coming from the Western Cape, Honorable Lingen, he's just doing it now. They will speak on behalf of the Western Cape instead of their provinces. Honorable Chair, if I was not in Parliament, I would have said, angaze ngibabone abantu labanamanga njengabantu be-DA. But I'm in
because you are
Parliament.
in Parliament, you will not use that word, Honorable
Yeah, I won't.
Member. Withdraw.
I did not say it. Honorable Chairperson and the House, it was heartbreaking to learn that in the Western Cape province, where the DA is in power, the just and equal society is a dream which is very far to be realized by the colored and the black people in this province. For those who are poor and vulnerable and marginalized, they will never realize this dream. It reminds me of a story of a tourist that was touring in the socialist country. When he was going around, he saw big churches. When he was asking why they're not in the map, he was told that things that don't matter, they're not put on the map. Same thing I realized in the Western Cape, that when they are saying that they are doing very well, they don't count black and colored people because to them they don't matter. Honorable Chair, if you are to go back to Ebongoletu and tell those families 5 families who are using one ablution facility, they will not agree with you. A challenge that needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency. They are busy defending the indefensible instead of responding to those issues. In fact, in every municipality is not me, the community member there, an area, especially in the former black-only residential areas and human settlement where formal or informal, there is this challenge of many people sharing ablution facilities. You have no shame. Despite the fact that Proti Park informal settlement has been in the existence for more
Honorable
than
members,
15
don't drown out the speaker.
Yes.
You can heckle, don't drown her out. Continue, ma'am.
Proti Park has been in existence for 15 years. Nothing has been done to develop, even while new areas where people are supporting are politically aligned to the DA have been development. The affected municipalities, plus the Department of Human Settlement and the local government in the province should take this thing very serious and act instead of making noise here in Parliament. People need services out there. By the way, Honorable Chair, the DA, I was there, senior official of the municipality, telling people of Slang Refer that houses...
Honorable Dlamini, please take your seat. Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to raise it parliamentary for Honorable Dlamini to refer to members of Parliament making a noise whilst we are debating.
Honorable members, it means I'm the first person to be out of order because I do sometimes tell you not to make noise. It is parliamentary. Honorable members must behave like adults. Heckle, don't drown out the speaker. But Honorable Dlamini made that reference in reflecting, because I think your question is in respect of the context within which members are making noise. If members are making noise, we can't say they're not making noise. That is parliamentary. In this instance, she is referring to members reflecting on making noise in that context. Perhaps is something that I should go and look at, because the context is different from when you are making noise here and we are saying you are making noise. So I will want to give the assurance to the House that I will look at the context and come back. But ordinarily, when you are making noise, honorable members, then you are making noise. Honorable Dlamini.
Honorable Chair, they are using e-housing as a political tool. They are telling people, I was there when the senior official from the Heseko municipality was telling people of Slang Refer that they are building RDP houses. It's not the national government. What a scandal. Honorable Chair, if you can go to
Honorable
Mr. Mandela.
There is a point of order. Take your seat, please. Honorable Mikilakis.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I was just wondering whether the Honorable Speaker would be able to tell us how she spent R250,000 to visit Disneyland on taxpayers' money in 2011. Thank you.
Honorable Dlamini. Honorable Dlamini. Continue with your speech.
Honorable Chair, I don't know whether Mr. Mandela, an elderly person from Mossel Bay, who has been engaging with the provincial department regarding his house, which has been built on a water passageway, thus causing damage to the house. From a land use perspective, no building should be allowed to be built on a flood zone. Can you do that to the white people? No, you can't. This municipality has a responsibility to do so together with Human Settlement Department province. A delay in allocating house for Ms. B. Stirman at Bongoletu
can they say you are doing well? No, they will not say that. There is corruption in provision of RDP houses. That is the DA province. There is poor quality of housing, and the poor quality of RDP houses. For instance, Ubeta Madi of Varhees in Mossel Bay complained about the poor quality of an I'm talking about people, real people here, houses, after 1994, indicating that most of them are falling apart. DA and Namahlon. They don't care about people with disability. Mr. Solom's Mbamba, a blind man from Tabombegi, informal settlement, threatened to commit suicide. Begging cause, just of in George, also complained about poor housing conditions affecting people with disabilities. Miss Cindy Swamatiso of Ward 10 in George also raised poor living condition, challenge to her particular
Honorable Dlamini, please take a seat. Honorable Mtileni.
To say, yekelani usuku sibangela umsini.
Ukuthini baba?
Yekelani kusifakela umsini.
Honorable Mtileni, the honorable member said niyasuka nisibangela umsindo, which is completely different from what you say she said. Honorable Dlamini, continue.
They also don't consider indigence to elderly people. The bills are very high for Abantu Base Eden District. Honorable Chair, I went to one area, Eslang Refir. They go around and saying they can make jobs for the people. They must start here, at Western Cape. There, people are not working. Slang Refir, you go to Estill Bay, poverty is on the face of those people there. On your way out, just here, Umeawia Lapane Century City, where you're having dinner and lunch with your monies. There are a number of informal settlement. Honorable Smith, go and take pictures there and bring them here. Balale Stratton, as I'm speaking now, they are there. The city, Cape Town. Then you come and claim and say you are the best run province. They don't have interest of the people at heart, especially the black and the colored. Thank you very much.
Dlamini, uqedile? Okay, ngiyabonga. Honorable Kota Fredericks, the Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm happy that the NCOP has given us this golden opportunity in taking Parliament to all provinces, including Western Cape. Western Cape is not an island. We are not a federal state, we're a unitary state. And nobody's going to ask permission from anyone where we take the Parliament to. And taking Parliament to Oudtshoorn in particular was very, very critical. Particularly because DA has failed the people of Oudtshoorn. So it was a very important step by the NCOP. Bradel could do nothing about that situation, should have solved that problem long ago. Chairperson, as the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements.
Deputy Minister, please take your seat. Honorable Faber, you're on. Deputy Minister, take your seat. Honorable Faber.
Honorable Chair, I would really like to take a question from the Minister.
You want to take a question from the Deputy Minister?
I would like to pose a question to the Minister.
She says no, Honorable Member. Please continue, Deputy Minister. Honorable Mtileni.
Chairperson, my experience as the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements.
Honorable Deputy Minister of Human Settlements, please hold. Honorable Mtileni.
I just want to appreciate the dress she's wearing. She looks very, very beautiful.
Thank you, sir, for the appreciation. Please take your seat now.
My experience as the Deputy Minister of Human Settlement is that the housing delivery in the Eden district in particular is not as expected. And I've raised those areas earlier on when I spoke. It is worrying when Honorable Member Labshani is doing an injustice to issues raised, justifying the absence of MECs. I am not shocked. I'm sure Honorable Member, Deputy Minister Obed Mapela, you would remember when we took a youth summit, youth accord in Good Hope, the absence of this government of Western Cape in that accord was worrying. So to us, your excuses are always there. I just want to say also that at the end of the day, when you speak to people like Honorable Member Mtileni, you wonder in which world do they live in. I think he's living in utopia. Come back to a normal world. The DM explained the important document of our people, which shows that we care for our people, particularly the poorest of the poor. And we are celebrating 60 years of that document as we speak. One of the things that is critical in our approach is the fact that we will defend the poor through saying houses, security, and comfort. And we will ensure that at the end of the day, we are not going to micromanage provinces. MECs must lead their provinces. But in instances where they fail to deliver, we are forced to intervene as national. Chairperson, I just want to remind Mtileni that this government,
Honorable Mtileni,
just
Deputy
2 weeks
Minister.
ago, delivered a school of 40.2 million in Danun, here in the Western Cape.
Honorable Mtileni.
That was done.
Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Mtileni is rising. I was saying that she must refer to you as Honorable Mtileni. Yes. Please take your seat. Honorable Deputy Minister, please continue.
I just want to say that this government delivered a school of 40.2 million in Danun. It shows that we are caring for the poorest of the poor, Mtileni. And just yesterday, myself, I was in Limpopo, in Polokwane. Myself, the Premier, the MEC.
Honorable DM, please take your seat. Honorable
Again.
Julius.
Chairperson, on a point of order, can we refer, the Deputy Minister must refer to a member as honorable for the last time, please.
Thank you, Honorable Julius. Honorable DM, please.
Honorable members, Honorable Member Mtileni, I just want to say that we delivered houses in Polokwane and Seshego yesterday, 189 rental units, where lower end of the market benefits from this government, and that investment of 50.2 million. People can rent for 400 rand, they can rent for 800 rand, and it does create an environment of conducive environment in living conditions of our people. That's the. And also, just in the last 2 days, the Minister of Housing, Lindwe Sisulu, in the Nelson Mandela Metro, convened 300 emerging contractors to prepare them for the catalytic projects that we are planning across the country. That is a country in making. Let's come back to this government of ours in the Western Cape. The city of Cape Town has returned more than 400 million that we could not spend on USDG. That's supposed to be the best city in the world. but is not able to deliver to communities when it's called upon to do so by this Human Settlements Department. And it's worrying to say that when the people go to the parliamentary hearing in Oudtshoorn, you say that's a rented crowd from the ANC. Which means members of the ANC are not allowed to ask questions that affect them. They are excluded from participating in any event. I think it's an irony. It's irony. But you must remember, we live in the Western Cape. We're not living elsewhere. We live here. Another Honorable Member Wiley, you remind us of what is happening about infantry school in Oudtshoorn. What did you do? Because it's important that you raise these issues, but you say what is it that you do to rectify those issues, as well as a member of this parliament. But also you talk about the experience that you had in that school. That experience, to our minds, reminds us of Kuto Carnival. That experience reminds us of Ruth First. It reminds us of Joe Card. So please, when we get to this platform, we must remember we are in a healing nation, and we must bear in mind people have got other experiences.
Honorable Deputy Minister, take your seat, please. Honorable Miklagos.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, just on a point of order, it seems that the Honourable Minister doesn't have a very clear understanding of what national and provincial competencies are. Military bases do not fall within the competency of a provincial government.
The point is taken, sir. Honorable Deputy Minister.
I just want to remind the member, this was the drafter of the Constitution, the person who stands here. Particularly theme committee 3, that speaks to the separation of powers. I'm very clear about that. Chairperson from Ilimpombo, I was very excited about what you have said, and I think these issues will be taken up because when I spoke yesterday, I really also spoke about the empowerment of women and the empowerment of the youth going forward. The issues raised by the community members showed clearly that our people are calling for help. Our people want us to set aside our differences and assist them in improving their lives collectively. And we call upon those who are responsible to change their mindset for the better. All these issues that were raised, members, we can see there are simple issues that can be raised, that can be addressed by the provincial government, by all MECs, not one MECs, by all MECs. Particularly if people take the other cap and take the cap of serving the nation. Let's build the nation, it's very important. Honorable Member Richard made my life very easy because he outlined exactly our experiences on a daily basis in this province. And I don't want to be reminded of exactly what is taking place, but I can say that with the MEC of Human Settlements, we are working very well together. And I hope the issues that I'm going to raise with him in improving the quality of life of those people in those areas will be taken up seriously. But I'm concerned about the fact that he said that the money that they have in building of the houses is coming from them. I don't understand what does that mean. Because the money comes from the national government. From the, I'm aware that the revenue comes from the taxpayers. I'm not oblivious of that. But you cannot say it's your money. You cannot say it's your money. No. That money is appropriated through the process of parliament, get transferred to provinces. It's a conditional grant, doesn't come from your party. It comes from the government of the African National Congress, the leading party. And it is a national department who's called upon to account for the 30.2 billion appropriated to us. It's not the provinces, it's us who accounts for 32.2 billion. But also, the specifications in terms of those housing delivery are through the housing code from the national department. That's why we have NHBRC, so that when we do things that ensure the improvement of the lives of our people.
Deputy
Chairperson,
Minister, you are rounding up.
I think I must round up now, because I think at the end of the day, the other people will learn how to do things better, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The Honorable Bapela, Deputy Minister, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me just thank all honorable members for responding in the debate to the issues raised by the people in taking Parliament to the people, and also the actions that have been pointed at, hoping therefore that the NCOP will then exercise its oversight authority in ensuring that all we said we are going to do will happen in response to the plight of our own people. But I've heard Honorable Labuskachne saying and whinging, unfortunately, and complaining and crying foul, criticizing taking Parliament to the people. This I'm not hearing for the first time, for since this Parliament was established, the DA from the days when it was DP until now when it's DA has just been whinging, complaining, crying foul, and they never really had the time really to engage on that issue of taking Parliament to the people. It's an old record. You must go back to the studios, go and do a remix or do another music that you can come and play here. Very, very, very boring. Honorable DBA has explained that there are preparatory steps that have been done. You are part of them, and when you say you lack information, we do not know what you talk about. Honorable Mtilen, I think that my colleague, Honorable Deputy Minister Kota Fredericks, has said probably you live in Ethiopia, so I don't know where that country is. I didn't know. I didn't know where's that country. You are like these two scenarios that we have observed. When the former minister, Signe Mufumadi, was still a minister, went to Venda, to his village, and he found two people sitting on a bench, waiting for a nurse who was servicing them to see a doctor, just 3 years after democracy. And the two old men were complaining and said, this government is doing nothing. And they are sitting on a new bench at the new clinic, going to be attended by a nurse and seeing a doctor, but they keep on saying, this government has not done anything. You are exactly like them. Even when there's delivery, you say there's nothing. And then during the elections, there were two young boys that were saying they were not going to participate in elections in Katlehong. In a new township, they were driving their cars on a tar road, all houses electrified, new houses, new element. And I asked them, if you say there's no delivery, this area you are washing your car at, what was it here? They said, no, it was just grass and trees. And I said, now, when you said there's no delivery, what do you mean? They couldn't answer that one. So you are blinded by fury and anger, as Honorable Madileng had even said in your absence. And he gave you a scripture that you must go and read. And I think I'll just ask you to give a note and give him the chapter in the Bible. Read that scripture so that then you can really not get angry. And then as was advised, unfortunately, you are not here to listen when you have been advised. Chair, I don't know whether to stop or to continue.
Please stop, take your seat, sir. Honorable...
No, Honorable Chair, I just rise to acknowledge the presence of Anadam Mtileng here. It's a mistake by Home Affairs. It's not Mtileng, but Mtileng.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks for the information. Honorable Faber, are you still rising? Honorable Faber.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to have that specific verse, please. I want to read it correctly. like
Okay.
the Constitution also correctly. I just want to exactly have the right.
Honorable Faber, Honorable Madileng will give you the text. Please continue, Deputy Minister.
Thank you. Therefore, Chair, I think South Africa has a good record of delivery. Yes, there are still challenges that are still facing our people, but we are doing a lot in order to give life, a better life to our own people. Not just a lot, not just few, but a lot. 3 million houses, we can count that. We inherited an economy that was -0 or minus whatever. It has grown. We have created new jobs, up to 14 million now, permanent jobs. And the NDP is a plan that is now going to address those particular plans. So with the National Development Plan, we are saying we're going to do more. Honorable Wiley, I think you need to read the documents in Parliament. Taking Parliament to the people is about public participation and public involvement. It's not about oversight. Going there, talking to people, seeing things and that are good and those that are not good, and taking them back to Parliament. Then you can then begin to then use that information to exert your oversight function. When you are on the people, taking Parliament to the people, is to allow people to talk, to express themselves, for you to listen to them, answer where you can answer, but pick that package and then convert it into the oversight function. And rather than saying that you went there were sewages and there was nothing, these people are not engaged and so forth. Yes, the information came, and let's use that information to therefore exert our own oversight mechanism. In terms of the Freedom Charter, when we said we are busy implanting the Freedom Charter on the Constitution, maybe the preamble you don't know. It says in the Freedom Charter, South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. And the South African Constitution says South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in their diversity. Therefore, the Freedom Charter was the guiding vision and the base in which this Constitution was founded. You like it, you don't like it, that Freedom Charter, it is there and it's implanted in the Constitution. For your own information, go and read the Freedom Charter, whether you like it or you don't like it. Look at the 7 clauses. We have done well in those classes. We are still to do more. However, there are 3 clauses in which we say a radical economic transformation ought to happen. The wealth of the country is not yet been shared to all. The land is not yet been distributed all to the people. And then there shall be work and security. Those are the challenges. We have identified them. We've got a vision, and we've got a plan to really deal with those issues. And the last one, the instability in West Warren. It's not the ANC instability. DA won the elections. Unfortunately, we couldn't govern. The ANC went into coalition. You are the ones who are instabilizing that coalition. You did that exactly when you lost Cape Town. When we lost Cape Town, you went into coalition yourself. Now we are putting the very same medicine in ozone to you, but you are instabilizing that particular area. The package that we said we are going to bring is a package that also includes addressing the budget issues. It's here on the loan that on the budget we are going to ensure that that budget reaches surplus, that budget is strengthened. We are going to give them support so that they can govern and deliver services and ensure that your instability that you are creating as the DA doesn't go anywhere. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Tau.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Just maybe one must start by reminding ourselves in actual fact of what our people said in Oudtshoorn. And the first thing that they said and kept on saying to us throughout the week was thank you very much. They said thank you very much for having come to us. Thank you very much for having listened to us. Thank you very much for having engaged with us. Because since 1994, we have never had an opportunity to talk to members of parliament. So therefore, that on its own must then serve as a lesson to say we must do more on what we have already started. You know, I find it very interesting and strange. It's a pity that the member is not in the House now, Honorable Van Lingen. Because there is this tendency, Honorable Nyambi did it very well yesterday by reminding us of the preamble of the Constitution. Because there's always this impression created that the ANC that had fought so hard that we have this Constitution that we have today, in actual fact does everything that it can to undermine the very same Constitution. Honorable Deputy Minister, speaking of an issue of oaths warrant, where is the issue now? It is with the judiciary, which is protected by this very same Constitution. But they will critique that, therefore indirectly undermining the Constitution, because if a matter is before a court of, it's a constitutional right that the member is saying. The next thing, she comes here and tell us that we must undermine the role of special delegates who come from their provinces, when in actual fact there is a dedicated chapter in the Constitution that speaks to the composition of delegates to the National Council of Provinces. It says there are special delegates and there are permanent delegates, and it outlines how these delegates are elected and what then becomes their role. But then this is the very same person who speaks about the Constitution and therefore undermine the very same Constitution indirectly, and using a platform of Parliament for that matter. It would have been something else if she did it. We could have understood. But now she does it even here in Parliament. Honorable Wiley, I agree with you. Unfortunately, it's not here. Because there is an interesting contradiction that I find here.
Deputy Chair, there is a point of order.
Tao can take a question.
Honorable Tao, do you want to take a question?
No, not now.
Not?
How do you respecting the Constitution?
Please.
No.
Honorable Mtileni. Honorable Tao, take your seat. Honorable Mtileni, take your seat.
By you, not any.
Honorable Mtileni, he said he would not take a question. Honorable Mutara.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, every presiding officer that has presided, including yourself, has ruled on heckling being allowed. But the screaming that comes from the benches, I can't hear. I can rather hear the screaming. Can you please rule once and for all, and that members...
Okay. Honorable members. Order! Members of Parliament have the right to heckle, to interject. That is allowed. What is not allowed is to drown the person who's addressing the House. So do your heckling, members. I can't say you can't do that, but don't drown out the person who is on the podium. The second thing is that in that heckling, also remember that every right goes with a responsibility. You exercise your right to heckle. It's not a right, it's a privilege really, because it can't be a right. But remember that other members also need to hear what this person is addressing us on. Thank you very much. Honorable Tau. It is on what point, Honorable Julius?
Chairperson, it is really notable how exhaustive you can be when the opposition is being stood up on a point of order. How exhaustive you are. If it was one of us from the opposition standing up, it would have plain it's out of order or something like that. But you are exhaustive every time when someone stands up from the ANC in this House. And it is notable from now, please, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Julius. Order, members. Perhaps I am being exhaustive, Honorable Julius, in your words, when I explain. I explain, in fact, trying to protect you because you have been screaming, not heckling. I protect your right, Honorable Julius. Please keep quiet, I am addressing you. What you are saying, your inference, which is the second time you repeat it, is that I am biased. I want to invite you to do a substantive motion on that, on my bias when I preside here. Because there is no single member of this house that gets away with anything. When any member needs to be protected, I protect that member. It does not matter what party they come from. When I said, keep quiet, honorable member, I am presiding. Your disrespect is not debatable. It is unacceptable. Continue, Honorable Teo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Labuskaghni, you know, sometimes we must always avoid to being disingenuous with issues that are before us.
Honorable Mtileni.
My time is counting.
Honorable Tau, take your seat. Honorable Mtileni, address me. Don't look at Honorable Mtileni.
Honorable Chair.
Are you on a point of order?
My honorable friend here is attacking my president. He's saying Honorable Julius is a replica of my president, Julius Malin. Is it parliamentary for him to comment like that?
I am going to rule
Commander-in-Chief.
Okay, let me rule then, sir. Honorable Mtimunye, please comparing members of parliament. They have the right to be individuals, and it is not proper to compare Honorable Julius, the member of the NCOP, to Honorable Julius, the member of the NA. Are you satisfied now, Honorable Mtimunye? Thank you. Honorable Tau.
I was speaking to the disingenuousness by the Honorable Labuskaghni. In actual fact, Honorable Labuskaghni, and I must put it on record, she has been part of the processes throughout since the establishment of the steering committee that looked at how this process is going to be unfolded in the province, the identification of sites, the maximization of participation by our people. She was there throughout the processes. The only time she was absent is when the report was adopted by the steering committee and the dissolution of the steering committee. So it is quite disingenuous to say that she didn't know what is happening in the process. In actual fact, let me put it on record once more, that the then leader of the DA, Honorable Helen Zille, who is the rotating deputy chairperson, gave the program a blessing in her presence, in other members' presence of the DA. Now, how come that we can be told here that the DA didn't know what is happening? There was a special delegation of members of the provincial legislature who formed part of the steering committee that saw to it that the program becomes a success. And now we are being accused of being a project of the ANC in preparation for 2016. I think it's a political misleading statement for you to do that, Honorable. Honorable Mtileni, it is just an unfortunate. I mean, we have said consistently that we must tell the truth. You are not even there. You didn't even care. Your entire delegation of the EFF was not even there. They never participated in any activity. In actual fact, the Honorable Matiabas arrived the last day and wanted to enter the hall, and the poor person was so confused, he didn't know what to do. We had to then smuggle him in the Mackay in order to participate, and what happened to him? He has been redeployed. He has been redeployed because of his action was seen to be in defiance of the leadership, because your leadership took a decision to say that we are not going to meet with our people, and then you want to grandstand and behave typical of a demagogic, wanting to tell our people that you serve their interests only to find out you serve your own personal interests. Thanks.
Honorable Mtileni.
I don't think it's fair for Honorable Tao to put words into my mouth, because he doesn't know why Honorable Matebas was redeployed. It may not be the reason. So I think he should be aware and take note that it was not because of that. You know, like the ANC or any other party, you can be, redeployed to other areas.
Your point is
that's typical of a political party which has got life in it. So that's the way it is with the EFF.
Thanks.
And thank you for recognizing our presence, Honorable Tao. Thank you once more.
Thank you. Honorable Tao. I'm going
I've
to
made a point.
I am going to sustain the point of order because the Honorable Tau, even though it is a point in debate, the reasons for the redeployment of our former colleague, Honorable Matievas, are unknown to us. So for that, I will sustain your consent. Please continue.
Okay, just two last points, Chair, to Honorable Wiley. Thank you very much for having contradicted Honorable Labuskaghni, because what Honorable Wiley told us here was a total contradiction to what Honorable Labuskaghni was trying to tell us about the program and so forth. And I appreciate, on behalf of the Presidium, of course, for him, on behalf of the legislature of the Western Cape, to appreciate the value of this kind of a program. And then maybe lastly, just to make the point to Honorable Wiley in absentia, is to say that there is no way that you can build an equal society or equal opportunities of a deeply rooted historical unequal society. Let's first balance the level of development. Let's first ensure that we have created space where in which this unequal equilibrium, let's put it at that level, where there will now be equal opportunities with equal strength, with equal ability in order for us to move forward as an equal society. But the way things are right now, the working class, the poor, the marginalized, the African young people are still at the periphery, and it is the responsibility of this developmental parliament to ensure that we maximize the role and their participation within the processes of their own development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Members, I do want to say that SALGA and the Western Cape did raise the issue of the absence of the executive. We did note that matter was brought to the attention of the Deputy President. The second point which was raised was whether we are going to keep a record and whether we will follow up. Yes, we are. One of the things we agreed to was that we need to continuously go back to where we have been. That matter is receiving attention. We are also aware that, in fact, I have sent correspondence to all the members of the executive on all the issues which came out of the interactions in the plenaries. We have not yet received any responses. We will write again and again, and we will only go to the head of state when the 3 attempts to elicit responses from the executive does not bear fruit. I just thought that I should say to the House that indeed we are doing something. On the issue of the infantry, in fact, I led the delegation that went to the school. We confronted the issues. In fact, we addressed even the issues which we found had not been told to us there. The Minister of Defense has been informed of the issues around the infantry school, and I am hoping that it is another matter which we will follow through. Honorable members, this concludes the debate on the report on taking Parliament to the people. I shall therefore want to ask if any province so wishes for declarations. If you do not wish, that is okay also. Does any province wish to make a declaration? None? I shall then proceed to put the report to the vote. Will all the leaders of delegations be ready? You will vote and press the buttons in favor, against, or abstain. I shall take you in alphabetical order. and start off with the Eastern Cape.
The system is not working, Honorable Chairperson, but we support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The Free State? Has Free State voted? Gauteng? KwaZulu-Natal? Limpopo? Mpumalanga? Has Mpumalanga voted? Northern Cape? Northwest? Western Cape? Western Cape? All provinces have voted. May I get the results, please? Thank you very much. All the provinces have voted. All the provinces have voted in favor. So the report, therefore, has been carried. And this is done in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable members, I do know that we were almost deteriorating towards the latter part of this debate. I wish to make a proposal, and it is that we invite honorable members. We have prepared a meal because we recognize that the restaurant would be closed because we have been sitting through. I propose that we take an hour to have lunch and come back because we have to deal with the appropriation bill. So we are adjourning the House so that we can quickly get a meal. It's in the second floor. Thank you very much. In the old assembly restaurant, thank you. The House is adjourned.